players. Kristi, welcome to D&D with me, Kristi. And welcome to my members of my party. They let me play with their emotions and mess with their heads a couple times a week. Someone got, sorry, I can hear myself a little bit. Like if someone's playing the video in the background. Is anyone watching the stream?
I've got the stream running in another tab, but I've got it muted, so it's not me.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm just gonna, okay. I'm going to put up with the annoying sound of my own echo. All right. Does anyone have headphones in?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Oh, where is the sound coming from? That's so weird. Anyway. Solution is I talk list. Okay, so I think we have made Yella that's not even close, was it? Yeah, I think it was a little bit close. Of who was going to give us the wrap up on the weekly basis. Yep, so you got the short stick. You are gonna, no, it's not that. You get to decide the narrative. Yeah, what happened last time? Hello?
Telvar went to a play. Yep, is there a delay? Damn it. Okay, so yeah, we went to the play. Then during the intermission, a Harper member asked us to talk to a horse.
Yes.
After which, Clue got very drunk. We watched the rest of the play. After we got back, Hibara went to talk to Daby about moving. After which we all went, well, during which we all went to sleep, actually. And 10 in the morning, we went to talk to Blackstaff, but before that we met Zardoz Zord.
Oh, Zardoz? Yeah, Zardoz
pirate
Zord.
That's the owner of the boat where the Zardoz, yes.
He runs the Sea Maidens Fair, Faire. It's kind of like a play.
To which we talked to the...
And Mara plans on flirting her tiny little tail off.
Oh yeah, Mara was just like in a gown at like 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
just working it, owning it.
because that's what she went to sleep in.
Yes.
Because that's all she was just like, I'm gonna go sleep in this. I don't care. I'm a pretty princess.
I think Zardoz knows a walk of shame dress. You know, when he sees one like the next morning, like, you didn't put that on this morning. You put that on last night, and you're just getting home now.
Which is funny because no,
but
she didn't. She just went to sleep in it.
Yeah.
Because she's lazy.
And of course, the opera was foreshadowing for a later adventure.
Yes, later on.
Talking about
you got some beer.
Foreshadowing.
Yes.
The Blackstaff lost the thing.
Yes. The Dragonstaff of is it Ahghairon? No.
Ahghairon.
Ahghairon, yes. We'll just call it the Dragonstaff. The anti-magic Dragonstaff. Or dragon repellent staff. That's what it is. Yeah. So you guys, after this invitation, you were trying to figure out a way to maybe allow some dragon cover, but unfortunately the staff is somehow not reachable at this time. It's incognito. It is indisposed. It is out of the office, and as it were, out of cell phone range.
But yeah, after that we left and Clue got a booty call.
Yes.
That's where we left off.
Yeah, from your Xanathar Guild's maybe buddy half-orc dude. So you guys are stood outside the front of the Wizarding School / Fortress that does house the Blackstaff's offices and her, other training and whatever else. You've just gotten the message. Yours tonight, say after midnight. And yeah, you're standing there with a crumpled piece of paper in your hand. Parker is parked up the street a little bit. What do you guys want to do? It is, I want to say about like 10:30, 11 in the morning. So you've got sort of the day, and your invitation was for dinner to start at 8 o'clock tonight on the ship. So you have a little time during the day, depending on what you would like to do.
What does your brother do?
Well, we definitely need to sort out a new escape plan for if and when things go tits up, to put it mildly.
Well, do you guys want to? Yeah. So, do you guys want Park to take you somewhere while you have this conversation? You can, pull a cart up, and I don't know if there's a place you want to go.
Well, we could go.
I mean, it was.
No, you go.
Go ahead.
Oh, an abundance of politeness.
Yeah, saying it was on. I think the horse we were supposed to talk to was with or near the yawning portal, I think.
That's correct.
Yes, it was undercover.
That's probably our next destination.
Yeah, undercover pulling a taxi.
Yeah, I think because you guys were in the castle ward. So, the yawning portal would be, I would be heading if you wanted to go down to the dock wards or the docks at all to scope anything out. It would be on your way. Could do a check.
Yeah, it sounds good. We could maybe, after talking to the horse about whatever, talking to a horse about the Zents, maybe go talk to a certain sea captain about having their boat out and about in that sort of vicinity in case we need to make our getaway.
Captain Perpetua that you met.
I like that idea.
Yes.
Of the Perpetua. Yeah, sure. All right, so you guys are in the. You said Parker.
It would be handy to have a boat nearby at the very least.
Yeah, you guys call Parker over and clamber into the now with some blankets laid out on it, wooden cart. It's autumn now, so you definitely are wearing your fall coats. It's getting chillier, although it's not quite enough to have snow. But certainly, as you whenever you head down closer to the water, the wind picks up a bit. So as you discuss plans,
What's autumn go? I don't know what autumn is.
Oh, fall, seasonal.
As a Southern I know. As a Southern Californian, we don't get autumn.
Okay, so so imagine that in Deepwater, it's more like New England, and that they have 4 seasons. So we've already it's now starting to get into like during the day it's a max of maybe 50 or 45 degrees. Sometimes it'll hit 60, but some days it won't really crack more than 50. So days are getting shorter. It's a good time to eat, hearty foods and drink mulled wine and autumn beers with honey. That's the vibe I'm going for.
Because I was like, all right, because I'm like, autumn. Autumn is 85-degree weather.
Yeah. I want you to think more like New England and the turning. There'll be leaves where there are trees in the city. The leaves are turning and the days are getting shorter. So, you make your way down.
All the leaves are brown and the sky is grey.
And the sky is grey. All right. So, as you pull up to the yawning portal, Mara, why don't you roll me a d6? All right, there are 6 taxis sort of set up around the yawning portal. It being lunchtime, this isn't really a lunchtime place. It more kind of picks up sort of after lunchtime. And so there's not a lot of taxi work or traffic. However, there are 6 horses, and you can also see behind where the front of the bar is, the yawning portal, you can see a cluster of men and women who seem to be keeping an eye on the carts, but the horses of the various carts are unattended, and they're just having a social hour. And as you guys sort of are approaching in your cart, someone comes by stumbling out of the yawning portal. Actually, it's somebody carrying somebody who's stumbling out of the yawning portal, and sort of like hails one of the taxi drivers and hands him a few dragons, and sort of puts his friend in, and like puts some sort of like bucket between his legs as they prop him up and, you know, send him on the way. So now there's only five. There are 5 taxis and 5 drivers who, because it wasn't their turn to take the fare, they just sort of pointed to the person whose turn it was, and they came over and took the drunk home.
So there's no stables.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, no stables. They're just sort of waiting on the side of the road for a passenger, and kind of like you would at a taxi rank.
Okay, we'll walk on.
I need 10 minutes.
Okay. Wait, Chloe's just gonna start talking shit about horses and see if any of the horses react.
I'll just walk up to them in turn, and it's like, are you the gatekeeper?
Okay, this is all right. So are you all just sort of wandering up to the horses having conversations? Is this what, like, or is there something slightly more organized than this? Maybe you stay in the cart and do your planning before you get out. So I will just like meta game. You guys are having this conversation hypothetically. I'll go up to each one and ask if it's the gatekeeper. So you guys.
Oh, Hibara's casting speak with animals.
Okay.
As a ritual.
Okay.
Which is why she needs 10 minutes.
We're trying to find an animal we can speak with without a spell, though.
I don't think that would matter to Hibara.
I'm gonna ask the other horses about a horse that speaks common.
Yeah, but the other horses would know.
See?
Or not.
I knew how Hibara was going to make sense of that.
Is the horse on the cover from the other horses?
All right, so Hibara's doing her ritual. She's like, I'm, you know, in the cart. What are you guys talking about besides while she's doing that?
Well, we will need an hour spare before we head to our dinner, so I've got time to change Aloysius' form. What are we going for? A mouse? A fly? Something inconspicuous?
Considering we're on ship, very likely to have at least a cat on it, so maybe mouse is a bit dangerous. So I guess fly is gonna be best.
Okie dokie.
But before we go, it might not be a horrible idea to maybe pick up a present as well. Saying he graciously gave us some beer, only right we give him something back.
Maybe when we get back to the bar, we'll have our bread delivery for the day. Oh, it's such lovely bread.
It is really, really good.
The bread.
Oh, but this is it. Like, it is the bread.
Louis just like staring out of the window now. Yeah, that was to be expected.
All right, so as Hibara takes...
Never want to fuck with Tolvar, just stop the bread.
Let's talk about the bread. You know, Tolvar just stop and go, oh, bread.
The bread.
Yeah, so Hibara's had has wrapped up her ritual. The 4 of you are there. 1 of you can speak with animals, and the other 3 of you are looking for an animal, a horse that can speak common.
Yeah, that's about the size of it.
Bar goes up to the nearest horse. Horse!
Okay.
What languages do you speak?
The horse just replies in
She's
horse.
staring at it very intensely.
Like, this language? The one I speak?
And no other?
There are no, I don't know, the monkeys, we go over there, the mammals, they keep screeching different sounds, but I know they go, hiya, and whoa, giddy up.
She moves to the next horse. Horse, what languages do you speak?
At this point, yeah, I'm gonna roll, let me roll perception for the taxi drivers, because it's the middle of the day and you're talking to their horses. Oh, he doesn't notice. He doesn't notice.
I also am kind of curious.
Yeah.
Does this language mean that everything does speak with animals mean that everything she is saying comes out in neighs? Or does that mean that they just magically understand her?
Good question. Let me get my player's handbook out. You're doing speak with animals?
Speak with animals.
Okay, speak with dead, the dying animals. You gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts. Looks like the knowledge and awareness of many beasts is limited by their intelligence, but at minimum, beasts can give you information about nearby locations and monsters. So it just says you gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts for the duration. So it could be some mixture, for all I know. It doesn't say you suddenly know horse. You just have the ability to comprehend and communicate with them.
So I'm leaving it up to your discretion to define if the things that I am saying and coming out in brays and whatnot to the people surrounding us.
Well, how quiet
Or
are you?
not.
How quiet are you trying to be? Like, are you trying to be a horse whisperer here, or are you just sort of like, offering a hand?
The car is probably neighing in public, and
Horse
everyone else
chowder.
is just going, "What the fuck?"
Pretty much. That's what I'm wondering.
One of the drivers, by the way, rolled a natural 20. And so even though you're not like showing interest in the cart, one of the drivers is now sort of like watching you. He's not like moving over yet because he doesn't kind of suss you as a customer, but he is watching what you're doing. So you are up to the second
We
horse.
just kind of
right?
turns and goes,
Go
Yes.
ahead.
I don't remember what the second horse said.
Sorry. Yella, did you have a thing that you wanted to add there too?
No, it was just
yeah.
the same question.
like the guys watching our Clue just kind of turns to him. Don't worry, she's a horse linguist.
Okay, roll me
Slowly do with your
deception.
cards.
Roll me a deception check.
Uh,
Oh. It'll come.
Oh.
Yes.
roll
It's
20.
the microphone karma.
What?
Oh, look at that. Yeah, I'll take the 19. He kind of like raises an eyebrow at you, but then he kind of looks at Hibara, and she's kind of dressed oddly and is sort of like passionately having this conversation with a horse. He's like, horse linguist, huh? I heard druids do weird things. I didn't realize that they like specialized in, animal languages, like linguists and stuff. All right.
No, it's not all of them, but our friend here is particularly fascinated with it.
All right. So, let's see. All right. Yeah. So you went to the second horse, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And what do you say after you leave the first horse? What do you say to the second horse?
The same thing. Horse, what languages do you speak?
The horse.
Staring intensely at its face.
Yeah, this one just sort of like got like some grass it was given, like it's was chewing on, and, like eating. Just keeps chewing. I'm eating.
Well, 2 down, 3 to
Answer the
go.
question, horse. Anita was intimidate.
So it kind of like goes and starts to stomp its feet a little bit at you.
One does not simply threaten a horse.
It starts to like huff and puff at you a bit, snorting. Doesn't like to be disturbed when this guy doesn't like to be disturbed when he's eating.
Moves to the next horse. Horse, what languages do you speak?
This is a interesting, like the other one. These were more sort of fit animals, not racing animals, but more sort of work animals. This one, for some reason, there's it's wearing a hat. Somebody thought it'd be a funny idea to get a straw hat and cut out holes for the ears And so this horse is wearing a hat and kind of side eyes you a bit, because they don't have to really turn their head to side eye you because their eyes are on the side anyway. And says, "Yeah, well, sorry. What was the question? Horse, what languages do you speak?"
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, someone's rude.
Uh,
How many
I
languages
think
do you speak?
That's not an answer, horse.
I think this might get
I think 5. 4. Yeah, 4. I speak 4 languages. How about you?
Yeah, name them.
I speak Common,
Ooh.
Druidic, Elvish, and Primordial.
I speak 2, and one of those is one of the ones I speak, which is pretty good for a horse.
What's the horse? What does the cart look like that the horse is tied to?
All right, so this one, where it's perched is the ones that are 2 in behind you, were the earlier ones. So you're a little bit out of the sight of the drivers at this point, and it looks like
they're not sitting in the cart.
No. They're all like nor standing in front of the yawning portal door, like socializing.
Oh, okay.
All right, so they're not near their horses unless you look like you want to climb in and wave them down and give them an address. So at this point, because you kind of that's why you got the attention of although you were at the wrong end of the cart to hire it, which is why Clue had to give you an alibi, Dr. Horse Linguist. So this looks like a normal sort of dray, I think they call them. One of the drays is like their horse taxis in Waterdeep. And it doesn't look a super fancy one. It looks like a person who owns their own dray and has a pretty cheap horse and, works as a sort of like a regular taxi driver. So this is more expensive than public transport, but less expensive than like the fancy ones that upper class people would get in the North Ward stuff. The Sea Ward. So yeah, the horse that had told you, it spoke 2 languages, including one of the ones you speak.
Yep. Delvar.
I can't believe he speaks Primordial.
Yes. Is this our horse?
I think so.
Who are you people?
Greetings, fine son. We are here on Harper business, I believe.
All right. Well, if you're on Harper business, then you will be able to show me that you are a member of the Harper.
Wait, is this horse just speaking
No, it's speaking in common
speaking
now.
in common right now?
Yeah, but on a very low voice.
Okay.
As to the 2 of you.
I was about to say,
I was going to say, it just out itself.
do we forget that I'm the only one who currently can speak horse at the moment?
No. When Athelvar came over and mentioned the Harpers, it switched to common.
Okay.
Felvar lifts the left-hand lapel of his jacket to reveal the pen and then covers it back up again.
Okay. Yeah. So, Maxine. Maxine sort of like whinnies and that's like more like a bird. And as she drops her head, you can see that on the inside of her hat, there's a little Harper's pin as well. But it's sort of like tucked in inside, so you'd have to like look at it from a certain angle to see it.
Well met, madame.
Yes. And you guys have an unusual approach, I have to say. But why are you guys making contact?
Yes, I'm sorry, druids. What can you say? But yes, we have been asked to see if you have any info regarding recent Zent activity.
I thought we were supposed to take her.
I don't believe so.
Weren't people coming to kill her?
For just
What? Someone's coming to kill me?
what?
Like, now the horse is alerted. What the fuck are you guys talking Well, are you there or are you by the taxi people? Because right now where I've got it is...
slightly drunk.
No one is coming to kill anyone.
What? My life is in danger. What is going on? So right now, the way I'm
But I
picturing
thought that's
it.
why we needed to be sneaky.
Yeah,
No, we have
Thelvar
to be
and
sneaky
Hibara are by
because
the horse, and the rest are by the back.
we have to be sneaky because the driver does not know of our friend's special ability.
Yeah, that's why we were going to get her.
No, we were just coming for the information.
Oh,
No one's trying to kill me?
I guess
no,
not.
No one is trying to kill you.
Oh, gosh. Good for that. I'm glad about that. I don't want to be killed.
Indeed. So, yes, Rogue Zents.
Well, yes, alright, well, I haven't had too much, but, about a day or two, I don't know, maybe 3. It's kind of hard to tell as a horse, all the days seem the same. But, I did remember overhearing a conversation. I actually dropped 2 humanoids off here at this place where my driver likes to work a lot. Pretty sure they were Zents. One was about medium-sized humanoid, like an elf, I think. They're the ones with the pointy ears. So definitely a elf, male, tall, pretty, like typical elf shape, and I don't know, kind of had a low way of talking, and kind of had a soft accent, that kind of thing. And the other one in the cart with him was a woman half-orc, different accent. And was going on about how much money she'd made at arm wrestling, but I think that was just kind of cover talk, because when my owner stopped off to use the bathroom, they lowered their voices and had a conversation. They're talking about trying to hire some spies to go into hideouts belonging to the Xanathar Guild, trying to infiltrate their hideouts and learn information, or maybe disrupt their network, or disrupt their plans, or I don't know. I couldn't quite make it out because they were speaking in code, but it's definitely infiltration, something about a hideout and finding people to help take care of the Xanathar Guild.
Clue, I think your friend is up to something.
So again, just so
often up to something.
the way that I have it is Hibara and Thelvar are by the horse, whereas because Clue had the conversation with the drivers, I'm assuming that Clue is still back there with Mara until you guys tell me you move around. So yeah,
I will say that upon the revelation to Hibara that the horse is not in danger, he just walked back to the cart.
She's not in there anymore.
She just left.
So Thelvar, you're there alone.
It's just the madman talking to a horse.
Yes,
Pretty
exactly.
much.
Thanks. Yeah, I Thelvar motions for Clue to come over.
He comes over. So, what did the horse say?
It seems your half-orc friend is up to something.
I mean, she often is. And anything in particular?
Did not hear a word of that.
Yeah, just
anything in particular?
Yagra's always up to something. Just anything in particular, or?
Something about infiltrating a Zent hideout? A Xanathar hideout, even.
I mean, we're next to the yawning portal. I can ask if you want.
Well, you know more about the workings of the Zents. Maybe you could make more sense of the information our friend here has.
I mean, probably can. I mean, I can literally ask the people involved. So, guess I'll go do that then. Walks into the yawning portal and goes, well, first of all, he sees if Niagara is there.
Okay, so before we do that, we'll have you stand in just as you enter the doorway for the yawning portal. The drivers now are sort of like looking at you and noticing that you've been standing at the front of that cart now for a little bit. So one of them sort of like pokes his head around the rank of drays that are lined up. Says, you guys looking to go somewhere? You checking out horses, trying to decide which one you want to ride with, or otherwise we go in order, you know. First one to arrive is the first one to leave with the new fare, so.
No, we're just waiting for our friend who's popped into the local tavern here. I'm sure he will be out again shortly.
Okay, so do you, where do you go when you move away from the horse?
I'll whisper aside to the horse, I will be back shortly, and head back to the group.
Okay.
And kind of mill around as if we're talking.
Alright, so Clue is going to go inside the yawning portal. Is everyone going to wait outside? Are you guys going to go in as well?
Mm-hmm.
What's...
I'm
Well, I
not
mean,
going
Hibara
back
will
in
not
there.
privy to
Last
any
time I went into the
So
I mean, so is it Mara. Mara just watches Clue go in there and goes, not going back in there. The last time I went in there, I fought a fucking troll.
Right. Alright, so, yeah, you know that Davil keeps his office on the second floor, as it were, of the yawning portal. You look around to see whether or not Yagra is in her normal space where she does her arm wrestling contest, but it's a little early in the day. People are still a bit too sober for her tastes. So she doesn't normally turn up until closer to 3 o'clock. So her spot, your usual spot, is empty.
Guys, kind of gonna walk over to her. I have something to talk to you about, and the boss man as well.
Oh, I say Yagra's not there. It's a little too early. So if you want to go upstairs to see
yeah.
Davil, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's in that case he just goes to Davil.
Okay. Yeah. So the curtain is drawn on his usual seat.
Guess I like knocked to at some wood like next to the curtain.
Okay.
Like coming in.
All right. You're breaking up a bit, but I think I got the intention to that. So, you'll see that from, like, instead of it coming in the opening from the middle, you see an elven hand sort of open up closer to the sides, and you see Davil's face peek up and see you, and then says, sort of like looks relieved and opens up the curtain and sort of hurries you in. It's like, come on. Okay? It's all right. Come on in. And sit down and you see that he's kind of like looks a little bit worried, a little bit anxious.
Mm-hmm. You look less calm than usual.
Yeah. So I suppose you all know about that fireball that went off in your alley.
I mean, it was hard to miss.
Yep. Well, since the police or City Watch have been investigating it, they've increasingly narrowed in on the Zents. And so we're starting to come under a bit more pressure from the law here in the city. They've been stepping up their surveillance of us and picking up a few people. It's kind of getting a little bit dangerous out there.
I guess we don't have a lot of leeway with the Floxen issue at this point. Really needs to get taken care of.
Yeah, that guy's a problem. He's been a thorn in my side for ages, and if I would have known how this was going to turn out, I would have shot him dead that last time I had a chance. But I let him go. I thought he could learn something. I think what he learned was how to screw us over even worse.
Well, guess I Don't you show him mercy then?
Just know it's not a good time to be a Zent right now. You want to kind of keep your head down if you can.
Mhm.
Oh, I missed that.
I'm not really the kind of person to keep his head down. Just keep his head down when they go and get stuff. If you need this kind of stuff resolved, you just need to.
Well, there's a time to fight, and there's time to fight and live to fight another day. You know what I mean? Sometimes ducking out and avoiding the law is a little bit easier than talking your way out of an arrest.
Fair point.
So, did you come over here to check in about?
Yep.
You want to talk about Erstil? Is that why you stopped by?
I mean, I'd love to say yes, but unfortunately, I'm kind of indirectly on Harper business.
Harper business. Well, all right.
As first of all, if you ever see a horse with a hat, apparently he's a Harper spy.
Oh, well, that's good to know.
Thought that might be interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting to know. Thank you.
Don't make it obvious that you know, but we can use it. And apparently he's been overhearing that you guys are planting some spies in a certain Living Eyeballs organization.
Well, I mean, Harpers are always suspicious of Zents. Although I have to say, I think at this point we both hate the Xanathars more than we hate each other. Look, this might not be a bad time to use your connections inside the Harpers and maybe help us drive a wedge between them, like, and the Floxen faction. Maybe if there's some way you can feed them information to say that there's part of the Zents that want to fight the Xanathar and part of the Zents that want to work with the Xanathar, the Harpers will help us take out Erstil Floxen and have him do our dirty work for us.
I mean, that's definitely a plan. Just tell me team for you want them to know, and I'll pass it right on through.
All right. Well, yeah, appreciate this information. Yeah, it's always good to know where Harper Spy is if we want to feed them some false information. I think in the moment, the enemy of my enemy might be the best way to go about this. So you can convince the Harpers that there are two factions in the Zents and that they want to ally with us. Well, I think that might become an agreeable situation. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Well done. We'll keep you in mind next time there's a job, and you know, I have to say you're rising through the ranks pretty fast. You do another good job. I think you'll be not too far off of maybe 2 jobs away from a promotion.
Flatter me.
I like the initiative you show. You remind me of me when I was your age.
Thanks, but we're waiting, and I've got information to spread.
Yeah, well, there you go. Everyone's got a price, right?
Sure do.
You have a good one. Stay safe. Keep your head down.
Hey, same buddy.
Yeah, I'll try. Yeah, sort of like actually like cracks a smile and looks a little bit more relaxed than when you left. His shoulders are a little more lowered and his body language doesn't look as tense, and he gives you a sincere smile and a wave as you sort of scooch off the bench that runs along the table and make your way out of the curtain and down the stairs to the ground floor of the yawning portal. While you're heading out, you can see that nobody's really going down and venturing, and so you just hear people talking, going back and forth, and you do hear one person from the back go, "Hey, aren't you the people who fought the ogre and the troll that came up last time? You're the same people who did the dragon, right?"
Is Clue the only one there?
Yeah,
or-
yeah. You're the only one
Yeah.
there.
Yep. He's just gonna go. I mean, I was vaguely involved, but I wouldn't say I'm the guy who did it.
Woo! Yeah, talking it like went for a ride on a dragon. That must have been the most amazing thing, going through the water and jumping up in the air, and that must have been an amazing time.
Sure. Sure, buddy.
All right,
Why don't you go back to that drink?
All right. Well, next time you're in town, you want to hear the whole story. I'll buy you around.
Sure.
Yeah, that guy rode a dragon. No, I know a guy who was on a ship that was next to the ship that went out there with him. So you hear the conversation, drifting off. This guy's a friend of a cousin of a coworker whose girlfriend once heard kind of story about you guys. Yeah, you come out into the sunlight. Getting to be about noonish now.
Got clues going over to Delvar.
So you guys are stood right next to the taxi drivers, by the way. So if you want to move over, get back in your cart, you can do that.
Was your meeting helpful, or do we need to?
Need to what, Delvar?
Do we still need to speak to our friend over there?
I mean, probably a horrible idea to pass the information back up the chain through him. Guess we're walking up to the horse.
Okay. All right.
You conspicuously walking to a horse.
Yeah. Are you guys trying to be stealthy at all? You're just walking up.
I mean,
like it's
stealthy in the sense.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, we're trying to just casually walk up there. Yeah.
Okay. Give me.
Trying to not distract attention.
Yeah. Who's ever
it's
trying to be
more
stealthy?
deception than stealth.
Okay. You can roll a deception or a stealth. Either one. Let's see how you guys do.
That for me, that will be deception. Stealth.
Okay. Right. Yep. And Clue? Oh yeah, you guys both did well. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, the taxi drivers are in the middle of some sort of exciting story about someone in a horse race or whatever. So they don't pay you any. So you get up there and
yes.
Maxine still there with her straw hat on, doing her thing, looking around.
Hey, yeah, so it turns out you heard correctly. Xanatar are trying to post some spies in Zentarum, but it's actually to catch their own. Turns out Floxum has been trying to do some dealings with the Xanatar. The rest of Zentarum isn't entirely cool with it. So yeah, that's a problem we're gonna need to deal with.
Yeah, you should probably tell somebody. Most people just ask me things. They don't ask me to. I just listen. People only come and talk to me every once in a while.
Okay.
So.
Indeed, it's just you might find the information useful for keeping your ears out, as it were.
Yeah, her ears flicker back and forwards when you say that. Keep my ears out, okay? Turns them left and right. She's just taking you quite literally.
I did mean that figuratively, but whatever.
Well, she is a horse. It's a little bit dark for her to understand metaphor.
But whatever works for you.
You got any
yes.
carrots or anything? Apples?
Oh, here we go.
What have you got? What do you got in your pocket? Just like sniffing.
Handing over an apple.
Ooh, all right. Yeah. It was like, oomph, chomped out of your hand. All right. Wasn't quite sure about you before. Kind of a weird approach, but Harper Pin and apples, that's okay.
As I say, druids, very strange bunch.
You're right. Yeah.
Don't tell her I said that.
So the horse has got its a mouthful of apple now. It's like loving life. Living its best life.
So, unless you have any more information, that'll be us off.
Just sort of nods at you while it's starting to lick its teeth inside of its gums, get the last bit of apple out of its teeth, Yeah. Thanks for the apple.
You're welcome. Take care, my equine friend.
And gives a horse whinny back into speaking horse. So.
Mm-hmm. And then we casually act as if we're just gonna walk on and work our way back towards the carriage and hope that Mara and Hibara catch on.
Alright, so you just will get back in, Parker.
I didn't leave the carriage.
Yeah, Hibara went back to the carriage forever ago.
Alright, so you guys are just lying in the blankets, the street noise, enjoying some sun. These two are having a conversation. Yeah, so you guys climb in next to Hibara and Mara, and Parker asks, where to now?
The docks. See if we can find the good captain.
Yeah, so you can head down.
Are we taking Gabby then?
Yes, you guys can have a talk about with the Daby situation.
Yes.
Are we taking her to her new home now?
We can go do that, but maybe we should secure our escape route. Should we need one first?
Well, why don't we just do both?
We
don't have
it is in the south, so it's
thing.
So if we go, because we're currently in the castle ward,
The way
so
that
is probably river.
he was going to take you, if you're heading down to the dock ward, he was going to take you down Snail Street. Snail Street or Snall Street? Snail Street, yeah.
Snail Street.
Yeah, that's what Parker was going to take south. Away from the yard.
I mean, the dogs are kind of on our way to the town.
I mean, depends. Could either go out through the river gate, pick up Daby, deliver him to his new home, and then talk to the captain, or we can talk to the captain, then go up and then go down again.
I know.
Well,
Here. Why don't you all go to the captain and make sure to have the captain and wait for us out by where the other dragonhead lives.
Okay.
And then
good.
I'll go get Gabby.
we don't quite need the ship just yet. We need it for later.
I mean, if
we need the ship.
We have to get to the second dragon. We're not gonna swim over there, are we?
Yeah.
Well, admittedly, can Daby carry Hibara? Or is she big enough for that?
That's a good question.
Otherwise, we'd have to
Yeah, the Daby situation is she can fly around, but she has to fly around. She can't go over the city wall. She kind of has to skirt around underneath them. And I'm gonna have to check on her stats to see if she can. See if she's old enough to fly yet. So yeah, you guys talk amongst yourselves.
She's flown before.
She can fly because she flew before.
But can she carry someone? And that's what I just want to.
I don't really think that part's the problem.
Okay.
I mean, it depends, because if Hibara also needs a boat to get there, then we're gonna need to get the boat, move it to somewhere outside of the city. So Hibara and Daby can both get on, so then we can go further. Unless you just ask Daby to like wait on the coast before coming back yourself.
Yeah, you guys can do it however you want. So yeah, we'll say that she can manage one person, but I don't know if because she is just a dragon wormling, and she doesn't even have 20 hit points. Yeah, she's like pretty. So I would say that she could probably bring someone out, but not more than, 2.
And what I propose is, like Hibara says, we go down to the docks while she gets Daby. We hire the boat to go out to the dragon, and while on that ride, we can negotiate about the escape plan.
Fair enough.
Okay. So Parker is taking you down Snail Street and turns, I think that turns into like the Way of the Dragon and comes down to the kind of dock area. Now, where he, oh no, Snail Street runs parallel to Way of the Dragon, so never mind. So yeah, he comes out on the end of Snail Street and actually goes down, is it called Dare Alley? What is that? Dar Alley. Like comes down and crosses down and goes past Ship Street and comes down like looking for ships. So you notice he's gonna kind of take the waterway around, like not Keel Alley, but down by Dock Street. And as you guys go past like the Dock Street docks, that's where, if you want to just do a quick perception check, as you guys are looking around to see, trying to find the Perpetua.
Not me.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so Mara and Clue both recognize the names of 2 ships, the Hellraiser and the Heartbreaker. You can see that they are closer to shore, and that there are like dinghies, like not rowboats, but sort of bigger than rowboats because they're sort of shifting things. You can see they're all human males, and you don't see any women or any other kind of other races there, but they are sort of like going out to the ship and bringing things off the ship, and some things are getting loaded onto these little dinghies. So you've sort of found the location of the Hellraiser and the Heartbreaker downtown. All right, and yeah, you go around and you make your way over there on Dock Street, and right very close to where she was hitched up the other day, you do see the Perpetua, and you see the crew. It's getting to be lunchtime now. They're all kind of like wrapping up their break. They've got their little box sandwiches and their drinks and whatever, and you can see some people are still sitting on the docks, and other people are like throwing things away, and other people are kind of shuffling toward the back of the ship.
Okay, Parker, we will get out here. You take Hibara where she needs to go.
Okay.
It's the nearest gate.
All right. So, yep, you've got the whole back of the cart to yourself. You see Hibara just like take up all the space. Now that you guys are out of it, she's just gonna like take up all the space, spread out. You're like, oh, it's so nice to not be cramped here anymore. And you guys, can make your way down to the docks, and you see the sort of the side of the boat with the gangway. People would get on and get off of the ship.
Salva will lead the way to the bottom of the gangplank, and we'll call up permission to come aboard.
Go! My gosh, it's the heroes of the dragon. It's PN2C and owners of the soon-to-be opened ye old haunt. Correct?
Indeed.
Well, that's
met,
fantastic.
Captain.
Yes, well, I have to say, I've been telling your tale in the cities and the bars, as have my crew, and to say we've had quite a few free drinks off the tale of your riding the underwater dragon.
Jolly good, jolly good. As I say, may we come aboard and discuss some business?
Oh, yes, sorry, my manners. Please, all of you. Although the one who jumped off the boat last time isn't here. Does she not like water, did she decide? Ship?
She has another errand to attend to, and will be catching up with us a little bit later.
All right. So what can I do for you guys today?
Yes, we need to procure your services, both for a quick jaunt about now, and we need you to be in a certain place at a certain time tonight.
Oh, tonight? Well, how long? Oh, well, first of all, where do you need to go now? Let's get you on your way. Yeah. Same as before, gold piece per hour?
Yep, same as before.
Right, excellent. Well, where are we going this time?
Back out to where the dragon lives. We have a little business to deal with them.
Oh, well, yeah, come on board. And she sort of, encourages and says, like, smiles at Mara and Clue. And do you guys have Gorko with you, or is he back at the tavern right now? Did we decide he was back at the tavern?
Back at the tavern.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
You Gorko. So the three of you get on, and she starts saying, make ready, and people start scurrying around a little bit faster. Ropes are pulled off of pieces of wood from the dock that are attached, and someone helps kind of move it off a little bit, and a little bit of a sail is dropped to move the ship out into the harbor. Yeah, so once you guys are on your way, you notice as you are going toward you're going toward the same opening that you went before, and this time you not where the bars are. You're going to go the long way because this is closed off here, I assume. It's how I read that map. So, but because you're about here and you're going to be heading in this direction, you do go not too far off of the Heartbreaker this time, which is perched off a little farther deeper in the water than the Heartbreaker and the Hellraiser, but definitely closer inland than it was the last time you saw it. Yeah, you've got now fresh air, the wind, the open sea, the rush of the waves. It's actually quite chilly out here in the winter time. And so yeah, the crew get on with their business, and the three of you are left to talk amongst yourselves.
Okay, time to talk to the captain about our business once we're underway.
By the way, Hibara, yeah, you guys basically get to the south gate, and really there's no problem. It's kind of a common time of day to be going in and out, and you guys don't seem to be, you're not carrying anything that would be taxable or anything like that, so you're mostly just waved through out onto the high road, and you tell Parker the directions that they need to go to get to Undercliff Village. And mostly it's a quiet ride. It's a nice day. You see some traffic along the way. The harvests are all pretty much in the fields, and so even around where there was a little bit busier in the fields themselves the first time you guys came out here, you can kind of feel that it's getting a little quiet. There are some hay bales now that weren't there before, and some trees that are a little more rustic in their color and rusty in their colors, but it's pretty much a quiet ride out to the farm field. All right, so yeah,
I do hate to break that nice narration, but she was gonna do the same thing that she did last time. Or I guess last night.
Oh, okay. So you want to pull over on the south gate and have Parker just sit there?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Well, not sit there. She's just like, you go back to the docks to them, wait for them and stuff. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And then she's gonna wild shape into one of those big old horses she saw just a few moments ago.
Okay, fine. Well, then you basically get the same narration, but from the perspective of a horse.
And screw the roads. We're cutting straight through.
Yeah.
Make this fast.
Very good. All right. Yes. So do you want to, I'll just kind of do this a little bit and fast forward unless you have, I know, some role playing you want to do with the captain. But I wasn't going to have any random encounters during this. So we can kind of move a little bit fast. You guys are kind of like, two parallel tracks here, both racing towards your destination. All right, back to the sea. So the three of you are on the ship, heading out to entrance to the Great Harbor.
As we're going, we'll wait till the captain is finished being busy giving orders.
Yeah. And when she's done, she sort of comes by, checks on you guys. You're becoming regular customers, I have to say. Twice in just a couple of days. I'll have to give you a special account here.
Oh, that would be much appreciated.
Sure.
As I say, we need a ride of, may need a ride of sorts later on tonight. You see, we have an engagement upon that fancy ship that we took so much interest in last time. And depending on how things go, we may need to make a swift exit.
Oh, okay. You guys gonna steal something? I mean, I don't want to get into your business or anything, but, if I'm gonna be smuggling things, I think I'm gonna need to know that before. Or is it just transportation for you and your party?
It is likely to just be for our party. We're not there to steal anything other than possibly future information.
Okay. Well, information that's not criminal, so that's fine. That's fine. So you were saying it was gonna be tonight?
Indeed.
That's not criminal.
Yeah. Property crimes, like information. They haven't criminalized theft information. They're like data protection laws don't exist in Waterdeep. Right, well, evening time, I mean, if it's gonna be, any time after 7, I'm gonna have to charge you double time because, I'm asking my crew to work later into their shifts, and so, how many hours were you thinking? What time? Where do you want us?
Thelva explains what time the meeting is, and say any time from about an hour after the start of the meeting time that we've been invited. Yes, we could need to make a swift exit because we're not expecting things to go very, let's say, politely while we're there.
Right. Okay, so if, I wish I could... Okay, sure, why not? I don't know what Abby is. Plop that down there. So let's say that this, I think you guys can see the token I just put into the Great Harbor. Okay, so let's say that that's the eye catcher. Where would you like her to set up?
Somewhere nearby. So maybe like out this way somewhere.
About there?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
just...
so it's close enough that if we have to jump overboard, they would. Because if we're having to leave at short notice, we're probably going to make a bit of a commotion.
You guys? Never.
Which would kind of tip them off that we're going to need some help, so they'll be in range to come and intercept us to help us get away, rather than us having to swim the whole way, because that's going to be a fair distance.
Right. Okay. I'm just having a look for... Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So she kind of like looks at her map. You know, she takes the map of the harbor out, and you guys have this conversation, kind of plot it out to be there. And she's like, "Yeah, and how long do you need us to wait?"
I shouldn't think it'd be more than an hour or two after the meeting time. Either we will be leaving as arranged by boat ourselves, or we will need to make a rapid exit. But I'm sure if you see a landing craft leaving, then that will likely be us.
Okay. And how late should we stay? 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning? What were you thinking?
So what time was the dinner set for?
Yeah, starting at 8.
Starting at 8, so they need to be there from about 9.
Mm-hmm.
So by about 11:30, 12 a.m. should be fine, I would think.
All right. Well, are you guys okay with paying in advance on this job?
I'm sure we could manage that.
Okay. Well, I think for money in hand, my workers will be happy to cancel their whatever plans they had tonight and let us and help you guys out. So yeah, sure, we can be where you want us to be when you want us to be there. No problem.
Jolly good. You are a queen among captains.
Ha ha ha. No flattery will get you everywhere.
Indeed.
Okay. Yeah, so that's all sorted out. And yeah, we'll say that as if there's is there more that you wanted to discuss? Is that it?
That's about all I can think of, unless the other two can think of anything.
No.
Okay. I just
Mara's
noted-
still mad that nobody wanted to do her idea of sacrificing her inability to flirt. She's still very mad.
I mean,
That's still on the cards.
Yes, I don't.
The plan is we go, we act like we're having the dinner. I send disguised Aloysius out to scout the place out so we know if we need to go and do something where we're going. And if that happens, then Mara can do her thing.
I mean, Mara can just flirt if she wants to. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna beaver dam her.
Oh, is that like the cock block version of like yeah? Like
I've never heard it referred to as that, and now I need brain bleed.
Right?
I'm like, oh, gross. Oh, that's wow. Anyway, moving on.
All right. Yeah, so as you guys are sort of like turning the corner and making your way along the outside of the wall toward Deepwater Isle, Hibara, you are arriving in the shape of a horse. Some people, by the way, have like tried to chase you. Like some random farmers are like, "Oh, someone's horse has gotten out," but you're way too quick. And yeah, you clippity-clop your way up the front drive, or at least the front walkway of Ethan and Ethel's house, where you can smell delicious bread baked. Getting ready for dinner bread, I guess. Yeah, so there you are as a horse.
There I was as a horse.
Okay.
She's no longer a horse.
You good?
Yep. She's just gonna go to Daby's in a barn. So
yes, she is in the barn. Or well, that's where she stays, correct?
yeah.
So are you going to go up to the main house, or are you just going to go straight to the barn?
Just gonna go straight to the barn.
Okay. Sorry, I'm doing some quick calculations. Daby will be there.
Okay.
Because you had told her that you were coming back in a couple hours. And so she decided to wait. And so yes, she is in her usual place. She's not in her bed of hay this time. She's kind of you can see that she's managed to like pick up some crappy, like sort of like shiny things you think are just like things people threw away, or she might have saw gleaming in the moonlight in a rubbish bin somewhere, like pieces of glass or whatever. But she's kind of like starting her own little hoard of things. It's not very much, and it's pretty sad, but she's kind of looking at her stuff and, you know, polishing it a little bit. And when you push open the barn door, she kind of, you know, snakes her big dragon head up and looks over her shoulder and sees you, and her eyes get very excited. It's time for my new home now.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Would you like a bag for your stuff?
Ooh, yes, I would. I don't have any bags. I've just been putting it in this pile over here.
Okay, well, let's get that stuff into this bag. Use the one of the sack she has.
All right, she kind of keeps an eye on you. You know, she doesn't not trust you, but it is her hoard. You know, like this is like, so keeping an eye out. But well, I told the E's that I was going to be leaving, and they were pretty sad. But I told them that I would come back. Ethel likes to make her bread, especially on a Sunday, and I promised her that I would fly back every Sunday morning that I could and help her start her hearth, because otherwise it takes a really long time to do the bread if she has to be making the bread and keeping the hearth warm at the same time. So as a way to thank them, I told her I would give her a hearth warming once a week. I would.
Okay.
So she kind of like lumbers, you know, out of the barn. You can sort of like dips her head and snakes her long grass neck out.
Did you want to say goodbye to them?
Yes. Just a second. And she sort of like, again, with her dragon little stumpy legs, and kind of waddles over. As she's, you know, she makes quite a lot of noise when she walks. And so Ethel and Ethan poke their heads out. And it's getting to be, you know, a bit after lunchtime. They take in a later lunch today, being farmers and all. So they worked a bit more in the morning. And Ethel comes out, and she's just like, her eyes are a little bit red, and she's a little bit glistening. And she's like, I know that the best you can do is, you know, the best I can do is to let you go, but you would have always been welcome here, Daby, and you always will be, and so will you, Hibara. Thank you for bringing her into our life. She's caused a little bit of a stir in the town, but she's become a little glowing fire of dragon flame in our hearts. And she sort of throws her arms around Daby's neck, and even old Ethan kind of goes in and leans in, and Daby says, I'll be back to keep your fires burning only 4 days. I'll be back as soon as, you know, like once a week, and you can tell me how everything is going. Thank you for keeping me safe. Ethel says, oh, wait, there's one more thing. And she runs into the house, and Ethan said, when you told us you were leaving, we weren't quite ready, so it's all we have, but we know that you might need it to start your hoard. Ethel comes back out, and she's got several pieces of sea glass that they've picked. There's not much glass in this era, but sometimes when ships go down, the glass inside will, you know, like break apart and be washed on shore and made into sort of sea glass. And so she shows it to Daby, and Daby sort of points at Hibara's bag. You still kind of hold it. It's like, so this is for you, and if we find any more, come back for it. But this will remind you of your time here with. Because it's all like a yellowishy kind of glass, so same kind of colors as her. And then they leave, and yeah, it's you and Daby in the front yard, and Ethel and Ethan are standing in the doorway, starting to wave at you.
Then yeah, okay. She's gonna tie a rope, kind of like she's gonna tie the bag of Davy's stuff to a rope and that around Daby's neck, so kind of like a necklace bag.
Okay.
And then she's just gonna like climb up and also use it as sort of range-ish. You know, it's not very tight.
Yeah, right. Just to like kind of keep your legs, pinned down a little bit and have something to hold on to.
Yeah, just something easier to hold on to.
Yeah, and it hangs really low, so a little less on like her neck and more like on where her muscles would be. Exactly down that.
Yeah.
So she kind of looks back and says, "Hold on, this is gonna. Have you ridden dragons before?"
No.
Okay, well,
I mean,
sometimes I've heard humans puke. So if you're gonna puke, lean over and puke with your head toward the back, not toward the front. That's the best I've heard. Okay, let's go. She just kind of like rumbles, leaps forward and squats down, and just with her powerful legs, she pushes off. And when she does, your stomach just plummets out of your body. She, the force of gravity that takes for her to launch herself into the air is nothing like you've ever experienced before. And then all of a sudden, she lifts up her big wings and she swoops up and pushes you up again, and you get this sort of like dropping and thrusting upwards, and it's like being in an elevator that's just like can't decide which direction it wants to go, and you're just like going down a bunch of floors and up a bunch of floors. But eventually, she's not really graceful. She's still getting the hang of flying a little bit, certainly with a rider. But as she ascends to higher and higher points, and you can see the farmhouse turn to fall away from you underneath, and instead of a road, it starts to become just sort of a brown snake, and the fields become indistinguishable patches of different colors with bits of trees breaking up the site. And you've got a beautiful day out, and the wind is rushing through your hair, and it's just deafening. All you can hear is the rush of the wind. But you can hear Daby laughing as well, although you've never heard a dragon laugh, so you're not quite sure. But she looks pretty happy, and you guys sail up along the city walls and start flying your way south. Occasionally she kind of like looks back at you and shouts, "Which way?"
After kind of vaguely point in the right direction.
Okay, yes. Just kind of have her head south until you hit water. Right. Yeah, so you are on the back of the dragon flying. Meanwhile, while that was happening, the three of you who are in the ship, you are now you've passed the deep water island part, and you are maybe 20 minutes away from the general area where you met Zalafarn before. What are you guys planning on doing?
Enjoying the cruise.
Okay. Yes, and as you're like approaching the area, the captain's like, so how do you want to do this this time? You want us to go exactly where you met him before, where we set up before? Do you want us to search around the area? Do you have an address? How are we gonna find your dragon friend again?
Head to where we were before, and I'm sure we'll figure something out once we're there.
All right, we'll do. Well, we should then be there in about 20 minutes, so you guys can let me know. I'll drop anchor about where I think we were last time, and let me know where you want to go from there.
Okie dokie.
So, about 20 minutes goes by. And the ship's sails come down. The movement of the whole ship starts to slow a little bit. And, it's not like stopping on a dime. It's pretty hard to stop a ship. But you think that you're about where you were last time, more or less. It seems like the same bit of shore, same like areas, a distance to the rock outcropping that you could see sort of to the northeast of where you guys were, because I think you guys landed about there last time. And she looks at you and says, "Okay, we're here."
Okay. Let me just have a look at something. One
To get a dragon's attention.
Yeah, that's a good question. Interested to see what you guys are gonna do.
We could yell.
Wondering if an unseen servant can swim.
Well, other than it, can't see why not. Check the spell.
Aren't those invisible though?
Yeah, but they take up the space, so when they go in the water, they will displace a person-sized amount of water, and which should still be able to get the dragon's attention and beckon it to follow back to the ship.
Let's see. Yeah, it says it springs into existence in an unoccupied space. It's invisible, mindless, shapeless. But it can perform tasks that a human servant could do. But I don't know how it would look. I don't know if it could communicate hand gestures.
It's more like a ghost.
I mean, I can use minor illusion to just make it something that screams. Probably get its attention.
Or you could use the unseen servant, give it a gold dragon, and just use that as a lure. Find the dragon, wall it around a bit, and then head back towards the boat and hope that the dragon gets the hint and follows.
I mean, what's the range on an unseen servant normally?
Yeah, that's what it's. It's more than 60 feet away the spell ends. So it has to be within 60 feet of you. So if you wanted to get into the water with it, you could extend its range.
Yeah, that is an issue.
I mean, I'm still all for just creating screaming plan here. Time to get its attention.
And which one were you thinking of using? Which spell?
Minor illusion.
Oh, okay. And why would it be screaming, by the way? I'm just curious, is that a requirement of the spell?
It's just you can make a sound. Screaming is just the sound that gets a lot of attention.
Okay. All right. You create a sound or an image. So you can make a noise. Scream, range 30 feet. So the image can't create sound, light, or smell.
But you can.
It can be
just make a sound.
Someone else's voice, a lion's roar, beating drums, or any other sound you choose. You can make discrete sounds at different times before the spell ends. Okay, yeah, all right. So it can be a voice or a scream or a beating drums. Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if anybody else has a better plan.
I can't think of one. I can't see anything else I could possibly do that would help.
I got nothing.
In that case, Kalu is just gonna use minor illusion to make the sound of Mara screaming.
Mara screaming? Okay, is she in... describe the scream.
The dragons seem to like her.
Okay, what kind...
Everybody seems to like Mara.
So when you say scream, I mean, there's a range of screams. Is this like in fear for my life?
Just
is this I've seen the cutest thing ever? Is it like come here right now? Yeah, there's quite a variety of screams. So
I'm imagining voice actor told to scream but not entirely sure what kind of scream they're supposed to do kind of scream. Just like they're like just like I don't know what the scream's supposed to sound like.
Heaven help us all.
All right, I guess. Well, I mean, I just closed the book. So minor illusion, it's a check, right? But that's only.
I mean, it's a TC check, investigation check if it's fake, but that means they're thinking, oh wait a second, this might be fake, and look through it. Like they always hear it.
Correct. Okay, and minor illusions, it goes 30 feet, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I can make it in 30 feet, but then the sound can still range as far.
Yeah, like you can shoot
the
it
sound
out as
goes.
far. Like, are you doing it over the water? Are you doing it in the water? Where are you aiming this?
I'm aiming in the water just to optimize sound propagation.
Yeah, sound travels better through a liquid than it does through a gas.
All right. Yes, true. Okay, well, let's see. Gosh. Right.
Yeah, the more dense the medium, the better it travels. It doesn't travel well between mediums.
Yeah, like that's a big thing you tend to lose energy in. It's the phase transition.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll roll a d10. And except those are really hard dice to find. Where's my d10? Oh, there it is. Okay, got it. All right. So, I'm gonna say that if he rolls a 1, 2, or 3, which is sort of like I'm figuring is like, well, 1, 2, like the bottom. Okay, if you imagine this square into fourths, right, and then each of those into another 4. That's kind of how I'm mapping out the area. So I'm going to generally find his location. If he is in the first quadrant, that's like the 1 area, and then the upper one is 2, and yeah. So he's like, and he's got to roll a 1, 2, or 3 to be in the right area. All right. So, yes, Clue. You want to kind of describe what you do and what happens?
Mara doing a Wilhelm scream.
Clue just.
A confused, nondescript scream. Yeah. For no generic, for no real purpose. Can we get that again?
God, that's how you think Mara would scream.
I'm more trying to imitate a Wilhelm scream.
Well, I think, if Mara wanted to do some practice screams for Clue, he might be more inspired to get it accurate. So, you want to give an audition scream?
I got nothing. I'm like, I sadly, I'm not a screamer.
You want to just imagine a voice actor being asked to do a scream that has it's a generic scream?
Well, that's the thing, that they don't have actors do that. They use Wilhelm screams, which is why that's stuck in my head.
The sad thing is I can't think of anything. Like, I can't think of what Mara, let alone I can't scream. Because it's not normal. Like, normally it's like, Jesus Christ, motherfucker! That's normally what it sounds like. When I'm Clue. Like,
and there goes the monetization.
Yeah, this channel happily monetized, so it's okay. You're not costing me anything. All right.
Because that's normally what happens. So, how can I do this? I can't. I don't know how. And I totally freaked out one of the dogs. The dog came over and was like, "Oh no,
are you okay?" That's right. I think your initial like "bah" was pretty good. All right,
Yeah.
so Clue is now inspired, and he you take that example of the sound of your scream, you go to the edge of the edge of the ship, and what do you do?
I mean, he just like sets the water, and suddenly the screaming starts.
All right, so as you watch, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, just like very casual side of the boat, just points and just sudden screaming.
Yeah. So Clue is standing at the edge, the not the bow of the ship, the rails of the ship, and sort of casually leans over and kind of swings his hand, not trying to draw too much attention to himself. And you kind of see from underneath the water, it's not so much like there's air or something, but you get the sense of like ripples that suddenly kind of shoot out, and after just like a half a second or so, you hear this muffled motherfucker, goddamn radiating out from underneath the ship. And the sound kind of pings along the back, the wooden parts of the boat that are underwater as well, as the force of it kind of ripples out. You can almost hear it rippling out as the waves, get longer, and eventually the sea gets settled and quiet. There's a little bit of stillness. But at this point, Hibara, why don't you do a perception check for me? Yeah, nice. Okay. So as you guys are flying, you're sort of like, I think it's over there. No, go a little bit north. No, go a little bit east. And at this point, you guys have actually made it. You can see the ship from where you are. So you can actually point it out to Daby. Is there anything that you want to do to get their attention, or do you want to wait and get closer?
Get Daby's attention?
No. You can see the boat. You can kind of like recognize a boat where next to the same rocks that you were around before. And there's no other ships around, so it's pretty easy to spot it today on the water.
No, but so she would just point out the boat, and then as we're like coming in, when we're 50, let's see, yeah.
Okay, when you're 50.
Yeah. We're 50 feet away, then 10 feet away from, no, 20 feet away from the boat. So that we don't set the boat on fire.
No, we're not turning.
We'll make Grizzle appear. Just so, like 10 feet above the boat in the middle of the deck.
Is he going to drop onto the deck of the boat?
Well, he can hover, so like...
Okay.
Oh, everybody's going to die. We're all going to
So, shaboom.
All right, so you are, you're not trying to hide or be stealthy or anything. So I'm also going to give people on the deck, after the noise of Mara's random sort of generic squarey scream goes rippling out from underneath the ship. Are you guys looking at the surface of the water? Is that, you want to do perception checks? Oof, nice. Good. And I'm sorry, Mara, you got an 18. Is that right?
Yes. Yes,
sorry, perception and perceptions, they were all stacking up. I was having a hard time telling which ones were which. All right, yes. So as you're looking over the rail, the ship rails, Clue, you're not quite sure you can see anything. Mara, you think you see maybe a little bit of movement, and Thelvar, you're pretty sure you saw something, but it was quite deep. Think that it's the water here is not quite as dark, and but it seemed like it was far away from underneath the surface. Yes, so let's see, I'm gonna see if anybody on the ship notices. I'm gonna give the captain and the first mate. Did you tell her that you didn't tell her that a dragon was meeting you, did you?
Nope.
Nope.
I mean, we didn't tell her I was gonna make streaming either.
No, but alright, let's see. Alright. Hibara, what's your... No, never mind. Not great. So, the captain notices what she thinks is like a weird wisp of cloud. But at this point, she doesn't recognize. All right, so after a few seconds, a big.
There's a big explosion in the sky.
Yeah.
Well, no, because she's still a little bit farther out. But you get to see. Oh, right here. Yeah, a scaly head emerges from the water. You recognize Zalafarn's truthy grin, and he's like, "Hey, everyone, you're back really fast. You've got my roommate."
Your roommate is on its way.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure they will be here shortly.
Oh, you want me to go look for them?
No, they should be flying in.
Okay, well, I can jump up and do circles, and do in a rotating pattern and keep an eye out if you want.
I suppose that would be helpful.
Alright, is it okay if I jump on the ship?
I'm sure that should be fine. Just be careful not to tip it.
Alright. And so you see Zalafarn, and he disappears under the water. And you can see that he's diving. And then he disappears. It's just a darkish blue-gray. And then after a few seconds, the water just rocking by it gently.
Yeah, as he goes down, Thelvar will turn around and brace for friendly impact.
Alright, and yes, after a few moments of quiet, there's just this whoosh! And he comes shooting out of the water straight into the sky, but just like he did when he was giving you guys rides on his back, but this time instead of arcing over and diving back down, he lets his great wings flap up, and just seawater sprays, droplets are going everywhere, glistening in the sun, and throws just a sheet of water on everyone on this side of the boat, or the ship, I should say, where you are. And kind of like flaps a couple times and finds the largest space where he can sit, which is like in the front aft. That's toward the front of the ship, not quite by the wheel, but a little bit farther up, and just sort of lands. And as he does, you could feel the whole boat just going, ooh, and it tips down where he is, but then it just sort of like settles a little bit, and you feel like it's a little bit wonky, but it's not too bad. And then all of the humans on the boat and all the workers go rushing to the other end of the boat, and it seems to actually settle out a bit more weight-wise.
Yeah, Thelvar quickly ducks behind Clue to avoid getting soaked.
So you're green and wet now. Are you going to do a dexterity saving throw to avoid getting wet?
I'm going to try this.
Okay, go ahead.
See if I
You can do that. That's fine.
Nope.
No, you get a face full of water. You're a little bit drippy.
Mara glares at Thelvar and just goes, "This is your fault."
You're welcome.
All right. Yes, and so all of this kerfuffle is going on. Yes, I'm gonna are you trying to be stealthy at all, Hibara?
No.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna say now that Zalafarn's on the ship, and he's like that, not really that interested in the human, but he's gonna start turning his face around and neck around, and at this point there are screams and shouts, and people aren't, they're not fighting the dragon, but they are absolutely not expecting it. He says,
I did shout them a warning.
he's like, oh wait, I think I see her. And you can see him crouch down, and as he does, like, the ship again goes just deeper toward the front of it and tips up, almost Titanic-like, to be, in the back, and this uses the ship to push himself off and jumps up into the air, flapping his wings. This time you're getting, like, dried off now with all of the beating of the wings, the air that he pushes around. And he ends up heading over straight, he starts flying over to you and Daby. So Hibara, do you want to do anything or say anything as you're approaching the ship? You see, I'm not going to make you roll perception because you are looking in that direction, and it's kind of difficult not to notice. a big, massive dragon coming at you.
Yeah, Thelma will also shoot up a firebolt flare.
Oh, okay. All right. Right behind the dragon? Right behind Zalafar?
Uh-huh. Just up into the sky, not towards the dragon, just... Yeah,
Right,
bit
right.
of a landing beacon.
All right, very good. Yeah, so yeah, you see the dragon coming at you.
She's gonna tap Daby and point at the dragon, and then point down at the ship.
Okay, Daby says, "Is that him?"
Or he yells, "Yeah, I think."
He's a bronze
Yeah.
dragon, right? Because that's the bronze.
Yes, he is.
Okay, okay. So yeah, she sort of like flaps over and rides some of the air currents as well. Sometimes instead of flapping, she'll just find a nice current and very still as you guys just sort of drift, almost like on a swing, but with nothing underneath you and nothing above you for, several minutes at a time. And Zalafar too kind of starts to find drifts of air, and rather than approaching her directly, they start to almost like do a dance where they're doing these concentric circles, moving closer and closer to each other. No one ever really doing anything aggressive. It's almost like a sort of dragon welcome dance meeting, and eventually Zalafar kind of pulls up next to Daby, and you see them start to flap in unison. There, when people in an orchestra are playing the instruments and they all move, even though they play their own instruments, even though the two of them are flying, they're almost beating with the same wings. And yeah, they start to have a conversation. Do you speak? I take it it's Draconic that they speak.
Well, I'm assuming they probably do.
Yes. Do you speak any Draconic?
Nope.
Okay. Well, they they start like having a little conversation back and forth, and they don't have too much time. But yes, they start to as it were, like circle the ship, and see them kind of like they're not landing. So they're kind of like having this conversation, and then they kind of like nod at each other, and they both start to like take off, like they both leave, and they're heading away from you and towards the rocks that are north of your position. So you just see like Hibara still on Daby, and the two of them fly off and you disappear. You can
Bar's gonna poke Daby.
Yeah.
Follow those dragons.
Daby's like, we can't land on the boat.
Why are we following the dragon?
We can't land on the boat because it won't hold both our weight. So Zalafar is going to show me my cave, and then he's going to give you a ride back. We decided this needed more planning.
Couldn't you give me a ride back?
Well, he's gonna take me to my cave, and then he can go like on the water, and he's better at landing on ships than I am.
Okay.
All right. So yes, Daby and Zalafar, they kind of fly to basically where you get this part right here, the rocky part. And he says, "Okay, well, if you wait here, Daby, I'll take your human back to her other humans, and be right back to show you around." So you can kind of like with one of his dragon wings points to a very large entrance. Like, you can hang out here and be safe until I get back. And then he offers you, he sort of like gets down to offer you a ride back on his back.
All right.
Daby's like, "Oh, don't forget my bag. Don't forget my bag." Oh, she's got it around your neck.
It's tied to your neck.
All right, yes. Can you untie it though? Because her arms she can't tie it with her little dragon arms. She can't try to tie it. Untie it where it is. So.
Don't you want to keep it with you like that?
No. I want to put
Don't you
it
think
in my
it's
cave.
easier to hold?
No, I can't. It's not big enough. I can't. I want a bigger hoard than this. This is a diet hoard. Like, I want
Well, for now.
full fat hoard.
Well, for now, while it's small, because you're not going to stay in this cave, are you?
I can't get it off. Just untie it. Just untie it, please.
Okay. Here. I'm gonna untie it, but then she's gonna like
what my dogs would sound like after I tie them up. Like, please, let's go. We'll be good. No, you won't. Don't lie to me.
she's gonna tie it back together so it's still like a loop with a pouch on the end.
Okay, all
She's
right.
like here.
Okay, that's good. Okay, I can carry it.
This way you can hold on to it.
Thank you. Hibara, and she sort of like knocks into you as she kind of like gives you a dragon version of a hug.
Mm-hmm. That's her.
Come visit me. I can't come to Waterdeep. Say hi to the rest of them, and that I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye. But they should visit me too. You can always visit me.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks again for all your help.
Bye. I'll get you your starter pack later.
Awesome! She's like waving, and then she disappears into her new cave home. Zalafar, offers you a ride, and sort of like kind of wades into the water because he's more comfortable with it, and gets a good grip on a perch he feels more comfortable with than the unbalanced sand, the rocky stuff on the. It gives a good leap and brings you over. And then he says, so you want me to just drop you from, 20 feet or so onto the deck of the ship?
It'd be easier if you just land on it.
All right, well, they don't seem to like that. They don't seem to like that too much, but...
Oh, you don't know. They love it.
We'll try it again. So he makes it, and you guys are now, I take it on the ship you were closing the distance between them and the island anyway, or the cave, you guys in the cave anyway. So it takes you a bit less time, and there aren't, again, that many ships out on this part of the harbor. They tend to go a little bit farther out. And so he, sees the boat, or sorry, I keep saying boat, it's a ship. Sees the ship and starts to make his approach, and he tries to land, but just like in Top Gun, he's got to pull up at the last minute because he was coming in too fast, and so he makes a bit of a U-turn, and this time instead of sort of trying to slide in for a landing, he does more like of a hover thing, and goes to where he was in the front part of the ship, and as he touches down, you can feel the weight of the ship again, like everything tilts toward the front, and sort of like twist his body a little bit to help you slide off.
Yep. Do I need to make an athletics check?
Sure, if you want to. He is slidey after all.
Oh, wet.
Yeah, you it's not so graceful. Like he's been, when he jumped off, he kind of got your thighs wet too and part of your legs, and so that didn't dry enough during the course of the flight. So when you go to slide, it just goes vroom, and you kind of like end up doing the superhero land, but not on purpose. He looks around and says, "Well, thanks again for your help with solving my problem, and I hoped you liked the treasure chest and what was inside it."
Oh, indeed we did. And thank you very much for helping out with Daby. It is very much appreciated.
Yeah, well, you guys told me that she knew a lot about humans, so I hope she'll have a lot to teach me, because like I said, I want to be able to blend in well and really learn more about human society. It's very exciting.
Oh, I'm sure she'll be able to help you immensely.
Okay, thanks everyone. Have a great day.
Take care.
Right, so again, he sort of jumps off. People scream again, like the crew screams as he sort of like makes his power jump into the air, and then you can tell that everyone is watching him. So he flies up into the air and sort of like does I want to say like a triple SoCal, kind of like a spin, and lets himself just kind of fall as he's spinning and dives right into the water and.
I'll find somewhere to hide quickly.
Yeah, so everyone give me a dex saving throw for the wave. It's like a Gallagher show. You're sitting in the front row. Oh, Mara dodges it. She knew.
Damn.
Oh, this time it's Thelvar who gets it, and everyone else who makes dodges behind something or dodges underneath the rail. And the captain's like,
Elvar's soaked and goes, serves you right. Not happy.
Captain Perpetua comes up and says, maybe we should talk about any future dragon missions, because she kind of points up. Her deck is pretty well scratched up from where the dragons landed and taking off. It's like, dragons are nice, but I think I'm gonna have to price this into your future dragon related missions. They're pretty good on wear and tear.
Apologies. That was a little unexpected.
So I take it you guys need to get back now?
Indeed we do. Indeed we do. We have to prepare for our meeting tonight.
Unless you guys have any opposition, I'm just kind of fast forward this part.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's like only like one or so, right?
At this point, yeah, probably closer to like 2, and it's gonna take you like 2 hours to get back out around to the dock.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we're looking at like 4 or 5 hours of flash forward time.
At this point, this would be like 2 hours of flash forward time. Because you guys,
So we're not skipping to 8?
Well, once you guys get back, I don't know if you want to go, for instance, once you get back to the docks, are you just where are you going after that? Are you going back to the tavern? Is there anything else that you guys wanted to do, or things you wanted to pick up, or you've got to pay the captain? She wanted things in advance, so I think I'm going to say, so 5 times 10 gold plus your trip out and back, so you're looking at like 15 gold pieces to hire her out.
Clue, how much money do we have?
Currently, just free flowing cash. We have 607.
So
6 or 7? What?
So
607.
Yeah.
607. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I needed.
And then it was 50 in total.
15 for the trip out, and then the
50.
double time.
Yeah,
Yeah, not
okay.
50. No.
Yeah. Okay, then we still have like 592. So
Cool. So how far time do you guys want to go? Do you want to go back to the tavern and get ready? Or what would you guys like to do? If you want to fast forward, we can fast forward as much as you want.
I mean,
Thelvar's going to need an hour to change Aloysius' form, so...
Okay.
we also need to pick up the bread, I guess.
Oh,
Well, I'm assuming that will have been delivered.
So yeah, definitely going back to...
go back to the
Tavern.
Yeah,
tavern.
that would have been delivered.
Yeah, no, I mean from the tavern, so we can bring it as a gift.
And Mara
Not
needs her
from
dress.
Yes, I need a
farmers.
dress.
Yes. All right. So we will. You guys. Yes, we'll do a montage. You get back from the harbor. You once again sail past the eye catcher. There's not a lot of movement, by the way, as you guys go past it, and come back to the docks. You settle up with Captain Perpetua and hire her for the evening. Parker is right where you left him, and yes, he takes you by cart back to the tavern, where you arrive, and there is still 1.5 bread loaves there waiting, because you didn't call dibs. Nobody knew to set them all aside, but you do have, 1 entire loaf and a half loaf as well that left over.
Well, 1 loaf should be plenty of a gift. It is that good of bread.
Okay. Yes, and you've got behind the bar, you've got your special Luskin beer as well, in your case of beer. And you now have, let's say it's about 4 o'clock. So you have, if you want to get on the ship by 8, you figure you're going to need to get down to the docks by 7:30 to find the right people and get, because you're going to need to be taken out to the ship for dinner. So you've got about 3 hours before you need to leave from the
And Thalvar needs an hour of that on his own to cast the ritual to change out Aloysius's form.
Okay. Mara, you wanted to go looking for dresses, or were you going to go raid the closet? Was this something that was in Thalvar's mom's closet?
There was something in Thalvar's mom's closet. Perfect eye for. Yes, that's right, Thalvar. Your mom was a hoe. No slut shaming now, but yeah, let's just say.
Look, at the end of her life, she was a single woman. Okay, she needed to pull out all the stops.
Poor Thalvar's like, why is Mara picking the most scantily clad dresses she could possibly find in my mother's closet? Dear God.
Yeah, that's pretty much what she's going for. All right, so Thalvar, do you want to go with her and do your meditation or preparations while she's picking out stuff, or do you want to just give her the house key?
Yeah, I can go with.
Okay, so those two are off. Clue. Gorko is there too. By the way, are you guys going to take Gorko tonight or leave him behind?
I mean, wouldn't hurt to have some extra backup.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, he's really excited, but now he needs something to wear. Clue and Thalvar's gone, so.
I guess I'll look with him for something semi-decent to wear.
All right. Yeah.
Also, while doing that, he's gonna go over some quick hand signs with Gorko, considering they're both gonna be in the back line.
Okay. All right. You want to describe kind of what things you're preparing with him?
I mean, just very basic things like, attack, wait, like go in, stealth, like very basic, like hand signs so they can communicate across the battlefield.
All right, he's very excited. He'll leave your room and then he'll jump back in the doorway and give you a hand sign and then jump back out of the doorway.
Aww.
He's playing spy now, running around the house, giving hand signals to Liff. Liff just shakes his head. Yeah, so you find him, you don't really have anything, in his size in your wardrobe and your shirts and your trousers, but you do find sort of like a little tie that he can put on. And
oh my God, I'm dying now.
Could always have a look up in the attic. My mother may get some of Thalvar's clothes from when he was a kid.
Okay, yeah. Also, when you guys, you can also ask the Bobs if you want, because they've got some stuff upstairs. Most of it's work clothes. If you want to bring anything back, Thalvar, you can make a contribution to what Gorko's going to wear tonight.
Uh-huh.
Hibara, what are you doing to prepare for the evening? Anything in particular?
Well, no, but she will. The first thing she does is she's gonna, once we get dropped off, she's gonna go around the back, down the alleyway to the whatchamacallit, the bent nail.
Oh, okay. Yes, the wood shop. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she's just gonna come in and say, "Thank you so much for what lovely work you've done on the trellises we ordered."
Oh, yeah. I mean, the carpenters did the work, but I did the design, and I thought, it would be what I would want it in my house.
Yes, I thought it was so lovely that I just had to get you something. She hands him a bag.
Okay, his half-elven features look a little bit curious.
Wait, I thought this was the
bent nail tally is the. Oh, you want to go see Avi, the Steam and Steel?
Yes, Steam and Steel. I misremembered the name.
That's okay. Embrick and Avi. Okay, yes. So
yes.
You're talking to the what are they called again?
Blacksmiths?
No, they're a certain kind of.
Genie people. What was her name again?
Yes.
Oh,
During the daylight hours, Forge is owned by Fire Ganassi. Yes. Fire Ganassi and a Water Ganassi. Avi is the Water Ganassi. Yes. So Avi is the face of it. So, yeah. Oh, well, no worries. What's in the bag?
Oh, I'm sure you'll like it. Bye. And she leaves.
All right. So Avi is going to look in the bag, and what does he find?
Half a dozen brawn dragon scales.
Oh, wow. He calls back and says, Embrick, you'll never believe what the neighbors just brought us. Those new people over in the tavern. Oh my gosh, look at this. And, Embrick comes out and says, oh, I always like those people. That's why I'm always nicest to them. Like, you are not nice to anybody. But wouldn't hurt you to try with these people. If they're going to be bringing us dragon scales, who knows what other stuff they're going to gift us. Everyone's like, oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I'll make a point of being nice to them, or at least less of an asshole. Okay, all right, I get it. And yeah, they disappear into the back room, like, very, very happy.
And then she's just going to take a short rest.
Okay.
Yeah. Note to self: do not let Hibara have control over the treasures.
That's a good thing.
I mean, nope. Definitely not.
By the way, Hibara, I want to see how your thorn plants are doing. So why don't you go ahead and give me a nature roll and see how they're getting on? Yeah, they're doing better than, like, they're not thriving and growing at, like, you're using plant fertilizers, but you can tell that they've got some new growth and that they seem pretty well taken, like, in the area where you've put them, and they seem to be getting enough nourishment. So yeah, you've got some growth there on those poison, what were they, like? Yes,
they were blood vines.
Blood vines. Yes, your blood vines had a nice growth on them. Doing well.
Good.
Yeah, so the Bobs managed to find for Gorko, they're not the fanciest, but they are kind of like leather pants, but they almost look like more worker pants than anything, and they got him like a bit of a t-shirt and a tie. So he's not looking brilliant, but at least he's wearing clothes. Yeah. Felver, were you able to find anything from when you were growing up that would fit Gorko?
Yeah, I found a couple of things, a little waistcoat and
okay.
And some shoes that should probably fit him.
All right. Squeezes into the shoes, and are they pointed shoes, or are they like what kind of shoes are they?
Wingtips.
Wingtips. He gets in there, and yeah, he's looking a bit dapper. He looks less like a Halloween pick and mix of things now. He's looking a little more suited. And Mara, were able to find your dress? So are you already changed?
Was.
Yes,
Mara is changed.
Excellent. She's got her stride now. Like,
yep,
got all that attitude.
And before we continue, I'm assuming the D10s you've got, Kristi, are the fake D10s that are actually D20s where they run it twice?
No, I've got actual like D100s and D10s. I did, yeah. So I do have those. I just, I think it was, yeah. I think they just disappear sometimes because of the shapes on them.
They make D10s like that?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never seen those. I've only seen the normal, kind of fat D8 looking ones.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I mean, I just got like 6 of each dice in each color, so I've got. Yeah. So, you guys, it's getting to be about 7 o'clock, and it's Parker's gonna be taking the late shift because James pulled in the long night, so he's got the night off tonight. So he's gonna pick up the shift again, and after you guys get dropped off for dinner. But Parker is gonna take you down to the docks.
Fair enough.
Everyone set to go? Anyone for any more? Anyone else want to do anything else?
No, I'm ready.
Nope.
All right. Well, you guys pile into the cart, and again, you've got your blankets now, and at this point, it is dark. It's completely dark by 7 o'clock in the evening, and so you ride along the crisp, cold streets of Waterdeep. There's quite a lot of traffic still. People out and about doing things. Warm, glowing lights coming from houses and doors opening and closing. Businesses are shutting, but the taverns are opening up now. And so as you make your way south, you can point out to Parker exactly the right docks, because you remember where the Heartbreaker and the Hellraiser were set. As you pull up closer, the dock ward, of course, is not quite as well lit, not quite as secure as the rest of Waterdeep. But by the time you reach the area of the docks, there's plenty of lights on both the Hellraiser and on the Heartbreaker. You see quite a lot of movement and hustle and bustle as Parker pulls up and brings the horse to a halt and leaves the cart, basically the front of the docks, in front of the ships. What would you guys like to do?
Thank you very much, Parker.
Oh, of course, of course. I will be relieved by James in about an hour and a half or so, so if I don't see you this evening, I'll see you again tomorrow.
Jolly good. Have a good evening.
Well, best of luck. Don't die out there.
Oh, we will try not to.
Yeah, actually, you guys are more like on this. Yeah, so as you look down the dock, you can see again the two ships there. They're tied up, but then again, there are these sort of like larger, almost kind of like little dinghies that manage to hold both people and some cargo, rather than like a straight lifeboat sort of thing. And there is not as much movement. Like there are people walking around on the top decks, but there's also a bit more lounging at this point, and people seem a bit more relaxed. And all of the men on the boat are.
Walk up to the boat and call up, "Tally ho!"
Yeah. What do you want? What can we do for you?
We are the members of PN2C. We have been invited out to your boss's yacht for supper.
All right, well, let me go talk to Captain Basham. He disappears from the side of the ship, and a few minutes where another human. This time you can see as he leans over, you can see something on his shoulder. Does anyone want to make a perception check? See if you can figure out what it is. Oof, nice. Okay, Thelvar and Clue, you see it's a tarantula that is sitting on his shoulder. And he says, "Yes, ahoy! You guys need a lift out to the eye catcher, is that right?"
Indeed we do.
Alright, well, he kind of points to one of the dinghies. Says, "Make your way down there. I'll have some of my men accompany you."
Jolly good. So glad Aloysius is hiding under Thelvar's hat at the moment.
Okay, right. Yeah, so you guys sort of make your way down to the edge of the dock where the dinghy is sort of parked, like kind of at the tip of the dock, like a little bit kind of like behind where the ship is, like but next to it. And you can hear some boots behind you. And there are 8 humans who sort of approach you, say, all right, well, we're here to take you over. let me just move this rope for you and open up the gate here, and we'll get a gangway plank out, and you can come aboard. So he sort of futzes a little bit, opens up this sort of like roped area, and gets on the actual dinghy itself, and throw over a very long wooden plank. Once he sort of like jumped on and made it organized with one other person, like half of the humans from the Heartbreaker get onto the dinghy and sort of like take up positions to row and everything else, and the other 4 are sort of like hanging out behind you. So, motion for you to go ahead and get on the boat.
Get on the boat.
Yeah, you're all gonna board.
Yep.
So yes, you all climb aboard, and as you do, you sort of take your seats. They kind of usher you toward the middle of the boat. So 3 of you are facing the shore, and 3 of you are facing out to sea. And kind of give me who's gonna sit where.
Mara's facing the shore.
Yeah, Thelvar is as well.
Okay. Where's Gorko?
Probably somewhere near Mara.
Okay.
I don't know where.
So Hibara and Clue are on the other side?
I suppose so.
If those are the places that are free.
Yep.
Yeah.
The other 4 humans board after you, and 2 of them sit behind Clue and Hibara, and the other 2 sit behind Thelvar and Mara and Gorko, and they don't look threatening, but they're just sort of like, they're not helping really with the ship or anything. They're just sort of sat there, and one of them seems to be the boss, just kind of like giving orders, and then as they start going, the 2 guys get on the rowboat, and the other 2 actually sort of like, there's 2 per, so they're kind of going, and one guy's kind of like shouting out the orders as they're kind of moving the dinghy deeper and deeper into the water. As so, dinner with the captain or dinner with the commander, huh? The guy who's been shouting orders says.
Yes, indeed. He seems like a very nice fellow.
Oh well, yeah, he's a good boss to work for. It's sometimes when you don't want a life stuck in one place, it's a perfect kind of job for moving around and seeing lots of things and keeping the ground and the sea moving under your feet.
Jolly good. So you enjoy being a seaman then?
Oh yeah, this is a lot easier than a lot of jobs. I mean, a lot of jobs you've got to haul things, and here we move a lot of animals and trained artists and acrobats and stuff, and just makes a lot less work physically, than if we had to constantly be shipping beer and cheese and whatever stuff from around the country,
Indeed. Sailing up and down the Sword Coast, you must have a bit of an exciting life.
Well, there are times when it's a little more exciting in Luskan than you'd like it to be, but mostly it's actually calmed down a little bit there in recent years. Seems like they realized that all that chaos was bad for business, and even though you need a little bit of chaos, too much, it's just it ends up descending into too many rivalries and fights, and so Luskan's getting its own little kind of feel these days, of not what it used to be.
Glad to hear it.
So as you guys have this sort of pleasant conversation, get closer and closer to the eye catcher, and eventually you approach the side of the ship. The guy who's the talkative one kind of shouts out, 5 to come aboard, and there's sort of a little bit of motion on the deck of the ship as people move over, and they throw down a rope ladder. People in the rows row the boat around to try to get the dinghy as close to the rope dangling down as possible, and old Max, who's the human you've been talking to, Maximilius sort of leaps onto the edge of the boat and manages to kind of like grab the rope ladder, which dangles into the water, and he kind of pulls it over, almost using it to sort of stable the dinghy up against the boat. And as they do, they park it up close by, so that even though that the two ships are riding the waves, there's not quite as chaotic. And said, yeah, up you go. So who wants to start?
Thank you very much.
Who wants to start? You can do athletics or acrobatics to see how well you do going up the rope ladder.
Oh, come on!
This dress is difficult to move in.
I mean, it is strapless, so she's probably like trying to make sure she doesn't like trash anybody.
Yeah, so
Gorko is not getting up there.
yeah, it is really slimy, and it's kind of like very difficult. With it's basically like he has to like pull up his arms and like like he can't climb because of the distance. They're made for much bigger people. It's very sizist, these ladders, and he's like he's really struggling. So yes, Delvar, you do fine. You manage to get up, and they have two more human guys waiting for you at the top of rail. Pull you over. Mara, you're gonna go. I was saying like Clue went next, scampered up there. Hibara too was just like, oh, this is twine. It's wet. Who cares? Whatever. Jumps right up.
I rode 2 dragons today. I'm good.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, Mara, you're just finding it like you if you don't lift up your dress when you put down your foot, you end up stepping on parts of the gown, and so it takes you quite a long time. And then Gorko is right behind you, so he's also like just sort of shimmying up the side of it. But eventually they kind of lean down and they offer you hands, ship's crew, and pull both of you up. Now, you're not exactly looking all organized again. You're looking a little bit mussed. And as you guys are waiting, someone walks up over to you and says, yes, hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm Fergus Crabwater. I'm captain here of the ship. Commander Zord, of course, is the commander of the 3 vessels, but I am the captain on this ship, and I'd like to welcome you to the Eyecatcher.
Thank you, Captain. A pleasure.
Yes, well, the commander is very excited to meet you, but of course, maybe your trip over here, we'd like to offer you an opportunity to use one of the private rooms here. Normally, we would use it for like overnight guests or whatever, but if you'd like to follow me. And he turns. There's also, again, the people on the dinghy stayed down and tried to help you up, but this is an entirely new crew, and there's a lot of people around, and you see that as Commander Fergus turns away and he leads the way, you're followed by another 6 humans, sort of like kind of keeping up the rear to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
He takes you around the outside of the boat, and he takes you around almost to the back of the boat and brings you up into a hallway where there's a series of cabins. So, like the lower third of the upper deck of the boat, and he stands aside and says, "Robert, can you please give our guests the key? You open the door for them and give them the key." So there's one of the ones behind you, one of the sailors, the crew members behind you, sort of like moves past you in the rather narrow hallway where the 6 of you end up, and uses a key to open the door. Says, "Yes, what you'd like to, if you'd like to go in here, this is your stateroom. You won't be staying overnight, so this is just a place for you to." He sort of like takes a look at you guys and gives you the, like, each of you the up and down. He is looking at your rapier, he is looking at the spell components you're wearing, he's looking at all the stuff on you, and says, what you can do is inside of the stateroom, there is a locked chest with a key still in it. All guests who are having dinner with the commander go unarmed, so you should feel free to file in here. You can take off your rapier, you can take off all of your magical weapons, you can anything of magic, any kind of charms, potions, spells, you can put into that locked box. That key, then, you can hold on to it through the dinner, and you'll also be given the key to the stateroom. So, I'd like to just go inside here.
Very good. Thank you very much.
So yes, he's sort of like, you're all 6 of you are pushed into the room, and they give you the room key and say, we'll just be right out here, you guys. You still have 15 minutes before, you're late, so you want to freshen up or anything, but yes, you have to be without weapons or magical items. As will the commander, by the way, of course.
Of course.
So you go in, and he shuts the door. 5 are in the room together.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could just disguise some of my weapons away and just carry them in there, all sneaky like. At the same time, I feel like that can also go very wrong.
Well, Thelva will be taking his sword cane.
Mara goes in completely weaponless. Figure, make a show of. Might as well.
I mean, it's not like she could hide any weapons in that dress.
It's skin tight.
You never know. I do have darts.
And as a monk, don't need weapons.
Exactly. I'm a weapon.
Hibara. What is Hibara? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yep.
And yeah, Thelva's sword cane just looks like an ordinary cane to anyone looking at it.
Okay.
So, just a black cane with a gold knob on the end.
Yeah, Hibara is.
I'm not sure if I've adequately described what exactly it is Hibara has been looking like this whole time.
Yes, please do.
So I do have a picture. I do have a picture of the dress that she wears. Basically, it's very. It's not that long. It only goes to like shortly below the knee, but that, and then like she now has 4 sacks tied to the belt.
Okay.
And she has her quarterstaff, which is her druidic force focus. So even though it's a quarterstaff, really it's just a semi-large stick that's kind of burnt.
Okay. Okay.
And that's it. That is literally all she has.
And of course,
so
Thelva also uses his weapon as a focus, so yeah.
So she's not giving up anything, partly because she doesn't have anything to give up, and partly no.
Yeah, Mara's the only one. Like Mara kind of did the math and went, I guess I go.
I mean, Kalui's also gonna like drop weapons because just walking in there and hoping nobody succeeds a DC like 15 saving throw, not the smartest idea. So he's also going in weaponless.
Okay.
So she's got a half burned stick, basically.
Okay, so what about these bags that are around her waist?
Most of them are empty currently. One of them has the mandible from the spider she harvested forever ago.
Okay.
Oh god.
And one of them has the occultant abacus, the baby version.
Okay. All right.
But that's literally all she has.
Okay. All right.
Thelva also takes his hat off, letting Aloysius out from under it. And
Okay.
basically telepathically tells Aloysius to scout around and be careful of that damn spider.
Okay. And what form is Aloysius in right now?
Fly.
He's a fly. Okay, got it. They are a fly. Okay. Right. So you guys have made your choices. You I take it. You get ready. You open the door.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the captain's outside and just says, so do we want to make clear anything that you bring out with you, I will need to inspect, but I won't be looking at anything that you leave inside. So maybe I'm just going to close this door one more time for you, and anything that, you don't want me to look through or inspect, you should probably lock in your lockbox, because once you get out here, we're going to pat you down and do a detect magic on you. We can't be too safe. We want to make sure no one is harmed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the sword cane does have a special locking mechanism that you've got to know the right twists and turns to get it to come out.
Okay. And yeah, Hibara, you all right with him digging through your bags?
Yeah.
Or do you want to leave him aside?
they're mostly empty.
Okay.
Just like, yeah, you can look. And he's gonna reach in and like pull out a giant spider fang, and it's just sort of like.
Okay, yeah. So the door opens up again. Who is the first one out?
I guess Clue's walking out first.
Okay, yeah. So as you do, this is no offense, but as I said, we just want to make sure everyone has a good night and a safe night. And he nods to one of the crew members to come forward, and one pats you down. You don't have anything on you, right? So you don't have to roll anything. And then the one that's sort of watching it, you can see they're doing a little bit of magic and casting detect magic on you. And do you have anything magical on your person?
I guess that would detect my ring.
Okay, yes. A faint aura sort of shows up around your ring, and oh, sir, I'm sorry. I know how it is with jewelry. We sometimes forget, but if you could just put that in your lockbox, thank you.
I mean, it's just a bless spell, but I guess if you're nervous.
Oh, it's not that I don't take your word for it, but you have to understand we do deal with pirates. Can't be too careful.
Ugh. I honestly don't understand. A ring is a ring, honestly, duckies.
Yes.
I mean, some rings can cast fireball, though.
Yes, and there was a fireball spell that went off in the city not too long ago, I heard.
Oh, yes, that. A terrible situation.
Yes, well, you take off the ring and throw it into the lockbox.
Yep.
Yeah, and then after you do that, he waves you through. He's not gonna... Yes, who's next?
Thalvar will go next.
Right. Let's...
Walking out with the cane as if he's using it kind of like a walking stick.
Okay, you can choose. Do you want to do performance or deception? If he notices you acting a bit weird, or if you pull it off.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh. Got an 18 on his insight.
No.
Says, oh, I'm sorry, sir. I don't see you you're walking at all with a limp. I believe me, I understand that cane, it completes the outfit. And anywhere in Waterdeep, it would be the absolute thing to make that outfit come together. But anything that can be wielded, he kind of like points at Hibara's stick. It's like, you understand sometimes people can get a little upset and throw things around. If you could just go ahead and drop that into your lockbox.
If I was to use this as a weapon, it would break. Do you know how much these canes cost?
All the more reason to keep it safe.
Fine.
Yeah, if you want to try to bullshit him again, you're welcome to try, like pitch me an idea and try again. But he is going to incite you guys. to a detective. He is the head of security on this boat. This is his job.
Fine, I mean, if you insist, I will leave it. But it is just a rather delicate cane, as you can see. It would barely do any damage even if I did use it.
Well, if it's so valuable, I'm sure you want to keep it in perfect condition. The salt air might eat away at the outside.
Oh, it's been treated for that. You know, we do live in a seaport city.
So Belvar's still talking as the guy pats him down. This guy, and his buddy casts detect magic. You guys, are you wearing anything magic on you?
No.
Okay, you don't have your Harper's thing on. Took that off.
No.
Okay.
Yep.
You're all good. You're all good. Yes. He sort of waves you through, and you join Clue at the end of the hallway, and this is the inside. You're not going back out toward the sea air. You're now moving sort of like into the covered part. If you remember, there was a lot of glass area, and you think you're moving into that part of the ship where Hibara thought she saw some humanoid figure inside a very glass enclosed area. Who's next? Who wants to come out and be checked?
Mara looks at him. Do your work, Ducky.
Well, we don't really have an appropriate member of staff. He just sort of like looks at you and says, I don't see how you could hide anything in there. Just do the detect magic thing. He's like kind of blushing because you're rocking that dress. So it's kind of just sort of like eyeballs you and doesn't really feel like there's your arms are open, I take it? Or what's
Yes.
Yeah, so he's not going to pat down your arms. And is there a big slit again in this dress?
Yes.
Yeah, that's just like. So you avoid the pat down, and you're not wearing anything magic, right? So then they just wave you. Hibara, you're standing there with your stick and your bags?
Yep.
Okay. Says, yep, come forward. Can you open up the bags and let me see what's inside?
Just so.
Okay, so there is a fang, a mandible in there?
Yep.
And does it look like it could be used? Like, can you describe how big it was? I mean, is it like...
It was from the giant spider, remember?
All right, so let's say, what is it, like the size of a forearm or something? Or is it smaller? What are you thinking?
Probably. It was probably about that big. Yeah.
Like, all right.
That's a big pouch to be hanging at your waist.
Yeah, I'm kind of imagining it like it's on her side, like a gunslinger kind of like thing.
Exactly like that. Tied to the belt.
And he's looking at it, like, is there any poisons on this or anything?
I don't think so. I've had it for a while and it's fine.
And looking at it and kind of...
I'm pretty sure I removed the gland from it.
It's like, he's gonna like, he's a little bit afraid to see how sharp it is. Press it up against the skin and it's a mandible, but it's not super sharp, so he's kind of like, I don't really know. He's like, I can't tell what to do with this. It's like, all right, what else have you got in your bags?
I got this thing.
Okay, what is this thing?
The abacus.
Oh, the abacus. Okay. It's like, is that like an instrument or something? What is this thing? He starts playing with the balls. Click, 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 click.
You count with it.
Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't seem to. All right. And he's going to while he's sort of having a look at it, the crew member is going to cast detect magic, and I take it the abacus is a magic item, isn't it?
The abacus is a magic item. She does have the force gray pin as well.
Yeah, so both of those light up.
But then I also no, if he's casting detect magic,
Yes.
that she herself would not light up.
No, it's just a first level. It's only the first level. It's not like fourth level or something. Basic security, not security for. So they figure they can catch most stuff with a first level.
if they could detect people being magic, like they would have lit up Clue and
Yes.
Dover as well.
Yep. He said, sorry, the jewelry and your calculator, you're gonna have to stay behind.
Why? They don't do anything.
Yeah, I know that you know that, but we don't know that, and we just want to make sure everyone's really safe for. Or
You can just look at it. It doesn't do anything.
right, your choices are you can stay here with the stuff, or you can leave the stuff and come to.
What is this guy wearing?
He's got a sort of typical, what you'd expect a captain to be wearing, so it's a seafarer's sort of outfit, but it's all dark. It's not like white navy, with blue stripes and stuff. He's got on like a dark shirt, dark trousers, and dark boots.
Is he wearing gloves?
No, he's not wearing gloves. He took the gloves off to inspect.
So he was wearing gloves, but he took them off.
Correct. So then he tucked them because he wanted to inspect the mandible a bit more. So he took them
Okay.
off and tucked them into his waistband.
Then she'd say, "Let me see one of your gloves for a moment."
He's gonna humor you. So he looks a little bit confused and says, all right. And he takes one glove and he hands it to her.
The moment it touches her hand, it's on fire.
All right. So the three of you are at the other end of the hallway. Hibara, you, I guess, can roll initiative against 4 sailors and the captain.
She's not making an attack. Just the glove, when it touches her hand, is on fire.
Yep. They are not happy about that.
Hibara, no, please.
This is, I mean, if it wasn't going to be Clue, I mean, at least it's Hibara.
Right.
Clue just like runs up to them, like trying to put the fire out. Just really sorry, she's like this sometimes.
Oh, behave.
All right.
You go! Do it!
Woo, 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 woo,
Yeah.
woo.
So, all right, I'll say that the sailors react the same way. They start patting the glove to put it out. Clue, you also dash forward to put it out. And they went, yeah, maybe you would be more comfortable back on shore. To Hibara.
Ooh.
That's probably a good idea, because like I just showed you, these little trinkets don't mean anything.
Can I try something?
Yes, of course you can.
All right, I'm going to roll persuasion, and I'm going to try to persuade them that I need Hibara. She's my bodyguard.
Yeah, go ahead, make your argument, and then give me your roll. What would you say?
I'm so sorry.
Can I help with the whole,
Yeah.
can spontaneously combust shit?
Well, she's gonna let's hear what Mara has to. What's Mara's pitch? Let's hear it.
I am truly sorry. My companion is actually my bodyguard. You see, I mean, and she kind of gestures at herself. Sometimes in situations like this, especially when I'm surrounded by lots of handsome gentlemen, Hibara gets a little testy, and I need Hibara. They protect me. Please.
Go
But
ahead.
it will make me feel secure.
You can do either a persuasion or a performance or a deception, whatever you think.
Let's try performance.
Okay. Okay, and I'm gonna roll against insight. All right, he looks at you. He looks at Hibara. He looks at you and he smiles at you, Mara. He doesn't smile at Hibara. He's like, maybe what is best here is we can withdraw for a minute. You guys can have a conversation, but it's really unfair that you all have complied with the rules and then she wouldn't. So why don't you guys have a little discussion? She's free to go back to shore. She can stay in the stateroom, or if she doesn't bring anything that can cause fires, she can come into dinner. You
but
understand?
I do cause fire.
Right.
existing.
Say,
So
don't
this
say
is
that out
this is
loud.
not inspiring confidence. See, if my boss dies because I didn't do my job in security, I am never going to be a captain again. And as much as you guys are a charming group of people, I don't want to
Yeah.
move my livelihood over. So we're going to
And
step
if
back.
I don't make it to dinner, I'm sure your boss will be a lot more displeased.
Yes. Well, why don't we give you guys a little time to talk it out and make some decisions? If you want to, we'll step out and come back in just a minute. So they move now down into deeper into the hallway. They're not completely out of sight, but if you talk in low whispers or go back into the stateroom, you can have a conversation out of earshot.
Hibara moves back into the stateroom.
Okay. Yep. Who goes back to the stateroom? Who stays in the
I
hallway?
follow.
Okay.
Blue follows.
Zelda follows.
Okay. You guys shut the door behind you, and you have, well, at least you think, whatever privacy you can have on the ship, but it's, it's quiet. Got you quiet.
I'm killing the Captain Ducky the first chance I get. He's gonna die.
I guess I could just hide.
That will not work. Just
Why not?
Just
Fire
leave
up.
the things here. You've already proven that you don't need them, so just leave them. They're not going to be
But
far away.
these are my thing. And besides,
Yes.
I could just hide in your hat.
What? Look, I
Talking
just-
about world shaping.
Hibara, Ducky, explain. Do we know that Hibara can transform into things?
You've
She
seen her.
technically hasn't done it.
No, you've seen
around
her
them.
brought. No, yeah, I've seen her brought Grizzle out multiple times, but she's never, to my knowledge, said or shaped in front of you guys.
I
Mara-
mean,
Explain.
Mike-
Hibara, explain, please, Ducky.
I'm a druid. I have
Mhm.
What does that have to
I
do
have-
with the tea in China?
I guess she's gonna turn herself into a little lizard.
Okay, there you go. Now you've got Hibara Lizard,
Yep.
in the stateroom.
Now, I don't
no
remember.
One's, no one's
As
seen
a
this
lizard,
except you guys.
I can still speak, right?
You can. I think you have your wits and all your advantages still. But let me check on whether or not you can communicate in wild shape. Check on that. But for
I
now,
think
let's say
I
you
can.
Yeah.
I
Let's just
think
go.
I can. Or that might be a high level ability. I don't remember which.
All I asked was for Hibara to explain. A lizard.
Then she turned into a lizard.
It's like, this is what you get.
Okay, here it is. You can't cast spells, and your ability to speak or take any action requires hands is limited to the capabilities of your beast form. So you can kind of squeak in lizard voice, but you couldn't use components to cast it.
Yeah, I know I couldn't cast any spells, but okay, so I can't speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she just waves her arms in like a what did you expect motion. Tiny
Alright.
lizard doing this.
So I will tell you that looking around the stateroom, you don't have an internal room. You don't have a room that's like a box room. There is a window, one of those sea windows that
Okay.
looks out onto the deck that is on the outside of the boat. So at the moment, you guys, no one's seen her wild shape. No one's heard this. Yes, you guys, if you do have an extra egress to, that's not the door you came.
So the window opens, right?
Correct. There's also
Okay.
like a bed and a cupboard, and of course your footlocker with all your stuff in it and stuff. So, but yeah, I didn't describe that to you before. That your staterooms had that extra window. So yes, you can open it up.
The real question is, because I'm most bit metagame here, but like druids can turn into flying things at the start, right?
Right, that's a later
Yeah, not
thing.
at the start. But
She
I mean,
can-
they don't know that.
She can.
They don't know what level I am.
Yes,
Fair point.
she can crawl or walk or swim at this point.
Okay, so she could become something that could just dived into the water through the window and would have been fine.
No swimming yet, actually.
Oh, no
That's
swimming
next
yet?
Swimming that either.
Okay,
later.
all right. But I mean, you are now a lizard form, so you can
Yes.
like stick to walls. I take it.
Yes.
You got a climbing speed.
Yeah, climbing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but to be honest, like they don't know your exact level. So if I go out, she turned into like a frog and jumped out of the window. Not really gonna question it, most likely.
Yeah, but no one's seen this so far because you guys had the door shut.
Mm-hmm.
Only you know about this.
Yeah, and just because you don't have access to it doesn't mean that they know you don't have access to it.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right, so you got a little lizard in your room. What are you gonna do?
I mean, all things considered, the best person to hide her on is probably Clue because he is slightly more fire resistant.
That is fair.
Okay, so what's the plan that's shaping up here? Tell me what you guys are thinking.
I mean, I'm thinking Hibara goes and hides in Clue's pocket. We go outside, say Hibara decided to fuck off, just like turned into a frog and jumped out of the window, and that we're ready to continue with the dinner.
Oh, but turning into a bird flew back. They don't know she can't do that.
Yeah, but the thing is, Swiss speed is like less hard than bird. Like trying to make the thing that takes the least stuff to sell it. Well, admittedly, they might just not know a lot about druids.
Okay, so is that the plan okay with you, Lizard Hibara? What do
Double
you
thumbs
want?
up.
She can't talk. She can't complain.
All right. So which pocket are you going to put the lizard in?
I mean,
What kind of
breast
pockets do you have?
pocket.
Yeah, and your upper like breast pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Clue reaches down his massive tiefling, your tiefling, right? Tiefling hand.
Yep.
And little lizard Hibara kind of stares at it, cocks its head, and kind of tell it's Hibara by how it's acting. And then like kind of rolls its eyes and climbs up, and kind of sort of Clue very gently sort of slides Hibara tail side first, so that her little lizard hands can kind of grasp the top bit of the pocket, and she can kind of pull her head up or hide underneath.
As he's dropping her in his pocket, she grabs onto his hand. She grabs onto like his fingers and like beats one of his fingers, like slapping it, trying to get his attention.
She's slapping at your fingers.
He just like looks down. What's your fucking problem now?
She makes like a throwing motion.
Do you want me to throw you at the wall?
Shakes her head. Shakes her head, points to the window,
Throw her
and
out
does
the
another
window.
throw. Shakes her head vehemently. Points to herself.
Out the
No.
window.
Points
Your
at,
lizard
points
don't-
around the room,
Just
and
like
then throwing motion.
This is like the
Just
worst
Clue,
charades
like-
ever.
Clue
Points
like
at the
opens
window.
the window, like grabs like. I mean, is there like anything they wouldn't like miss in this room? Just like something you just kind of yeet out of.
Oh
the
yeah, there's like
window?
there's some cheap ashtrays. It looks like they're just gonna leave there for guests and things. If you want
Okay,
to.
he's gonna grab an ashtray, walk up to the window, and just yeet it outside.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So you hear a sort of like a splash after a few seconds as it lands into the water, and that's fine if you. So that noise has been heard by anybody who was walking on the deck at the time that you threw it.
Yay! And now we leave. Well, close the window and tell them we leave. We don't want to
Alright.
let too much of the sea air in.
So, yes, you open the door, and the captain and his 4 crew members approach you, and they notice Mara's sort of not there, and they say, Is your friend has she decided to stay behind?
Yeah, she wants to go back on shore, so turned into a fish. Threw out of the window, it works.
Oh, I see. And he sort of kind of looks past you, and he is going to notice that there is like sort of some water, like some sea mist that is on the table that sits under the porthole window that wasn't there before. Just sort of checking to see if there's any evidence of your story being correct. And he says, okay, well, then that's too bad. I know the commander was looking forward to meeting and speaking with all four of you, but anyway, please come. We're basically right on time to meet the commander. He prefers to be called Zardoz by people who aren't on his crew, but yes,
well, druids, you know how they are.
It's a bit flighty. Was she a flying fish?
No, just a standard one.
For a short time, she was.
He kind of laughs jovially with you. And yes, you as you're having this conversation, he walks you into some double doors and knocks on the door and waits. Hears a voice saying, "Entrez-vous?" And he opens up the double doors, and the four of you, secretly, walk into the captain's dining area. So, here's go ahead.
Is he holding the door open for us, so we're walking past him?
The captain is, he's sort of like, yes, if you imagine the double doors have two handles, he pushed them, he turned the handles on them and pushed them open, but then he kind of turned his body so that he can sort of be facing you sideways to show you into the gesture gracefully or for you to enter. That's the captain, not the commander. The commander is in the room. Yeah, you haven't seen him.
Right. So as Mara walks by him, she steps on the captain's foot with her heel.
Like, oh, sorry, madame. You roll a 1d4.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, you went ahead and put your stiletto right through and did 3 points of damage. You ruined his shoes. Oh, that's all right. I get these as part of my uniform. It'll just be a business expense. No worries, madame. Mademoiselle.
Insight check.
Yeah.
To notice if that's on purpose.
Yeah. Yes, you can roll insight if you want.
Nope.
Like, Mara, don't be so clumsy.
I'm sorry, Dusty. I can't help it sometimes.
Don't try to be cute with me.
As you guys sort of you enter the room, you can finally take it all in, and as you're standing there sort of looking around, the captain shuts the doors behind you. He doesn't lock them or anything, but you now have privacy. The room itself is a very massive space, kind of takes up several what would be, staterooms. And on either side, it is pretty much all glass. You can see the lights of Waterdeep on one side, and the other you can see the darkness of the harbor. The room itself is paneled with a deep colored wood, like a mahogany, a very dark kind of color, but inviting, a rather low ceiling. Lights are up in fixtures around the room rather than any kind of chandelier because there's really no space for it. And you see a very large dining table set for 6 with china, silverware, pewter glasses, candelabra. It looks like anything you'd find at a royal house that you visited, Belvar. And standing near the back of the room is Zardoz. He's still wearing his satin pants and his boots from earlier, but now he's got no shirt on, and he's sort of wearing, it's kind of like a kimono, like a black silk dressing gown kimono with some really elaborate dark blue navy threaded designs on it. and he's not got his hat on now, so his hair is flowing, very loosely, and he is looking really, really fit. He stood there at the other side of the room with a copy of the newspaper, or a copy of a newspaper, and you can actually, if you look, you see that there are several daily newspapers, also like on his, piled up, folded up next to him. He looks up and says, "Oh, mes amis, it's so good to see you. I'm so glad you are here. Please, come in. You must be very thirsty from your travels. Would you join me in some prosecco before we begin the courses?"
Greetings. Of course.
Yeah, so you guys sort of make your way into the room, and he crosses the room over to a bar area. And rather than turning to have his back face you, you notice he steps behind the bar and reaches underneath. He then also reaches out and puts 6 glasses on a tray that was waiting, and pulls out this bottle of looks like a wine-shaped bottle. Gives it a bit of a twist, and then hear a pop, and no foam comes out, but you do see a little bit of air, white carbonated air, cascade over the top of the bottle, and very deliberately is he sort of giving you little small talk about how lovely it is to see you, and is so much looking forward to this evening and how exciting it will be. He pours out into all 6 glasses, maybe about a third full. He's not trying to get you guys drunk, but he's not trying to just like make it a one shot either. It seems to be, like about a third of the glass, and with that he finishes the bottle and brings over the tray himself and brings it over to Mara. "Mademoiselle, I'm so happy to see you. I've thought of little else in the last hour but the chance to see you again, and I must say you are even more ravishing than you were this morning. Please, take a drink."
Thank you, mon cher.
He gives you a very sort of flourishy, sort of bow, and then comes over to Thelvar.
Oh, wait, question again. Did the captain close the door
behind?
So is he in the room, or is he
out?
No.
He basically shut the doors like he opened them. He stepped out of them. So he kind of opened them up to kind of cast them open, and then stepped aside. And then when you guys walked in the door, he just pulled them shut and didn't lock it behind him, but he's on the other side of the door. It's just you and Zardoz in the room. You guys are all in Zardoz.
Zardoz, Ducky.
Yes, Moshe.
They made my bodyguard stay behind.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
He literally had to leave the boat.
Oh, he sort of he just sort of like pushes drinks at Clue and Thelvar and Gorko. And he comes over, he takes your hand, he says, "Oh, mon chéri, I'm sorry, my captains, they are so protective of my security that they offended you. It makes my heart bleed. I will let them know the next time."
Yes, well, they worry about your security, but what about mine?
Oh, you are no safer anywhere than with me. Oh, so please, enjoy the prosecco. He also takes, just to kind of he doesn't really even look at what glass he's taking. He just sort of takes one of the ones that's still left on the tray, and it's not the best year, but it's not the worst year. Sante to all of our health.
Can I just quickly take a smell of it, make sure I don't sense any poisons or anything?
Yep. You want to do like a nature check on that, or investigation?
Investigation is what I'm good at.
Okay. Yes.
22.
It has a sort of sharp floral bouquet to it, and you think that it's probably going to be quite a dry prosecco.
Guys, guess he's gonna take a sip.
Okay. Yes. You
Wanna
get
wait for Clue to have taken a sip.
Yes, you feel the explosion of carbonation as the prosecco hits your mouth and foams inside, and just as you suspected, it's quite dry, a little bit tart, but it does have like a hint of floral and a hint of sweetness that kind of hits your taste buds once you've swallowed it.
nice bit of evolution on this thing.
Oh, thank you very much. You know, with so much travel, I do what I can, but tonight was a very special night, as I will tell you, I hope, as the evening progresses. Kind of smiles at Mara again. Thelvar, I think Thelvar was trying to say something too at that point.
Basically thanking him for the wine.
Oh, missy. Yes, so please, if I may, if you would like to take your seats, I have not done any assigned seating. You can sit wherever you like, but Mademoiselle Mara, I would be honored if you would sit at my right hand. And he sort of goes around the table and pulls out the chair that's nearest the one on the edge where the captain or commander would sit.
Mara, of course, glides to the seat and sits down.
Yes, he very
and she ushers Gorko to sit next to her.
All right. As you start to descend, he sort of very expertly slides the chair so that, you know, it hits your bottom and sort of the back of the chair perfectly without making you feel jolted in any way. Mara ate a good berry today. You could say that, Hibara. That's right. Hibara, what are you doing inside Clue's pocket, by the way?
She is just chilling in his pocket. She may or may not fall asleep. I don't know. Let's see.
So yeah.
Also makes a comment about the wine. She's like, "Oh, prosecco, so boring."
Oh, I know.
Like
It's only for the first course. But I should have known a woman as sophisticated as you would have such a refined taste.
Clue is just like staring daggers at Mara right now.
So yeah, Zardoz comes over now that he's sort of settled Mara first, and sort of like, you know, kind of claps you on the shoulder, Thelvar and Clue, and says, "Yes, mon ami, please sit anywhere you like. And who is this? I do not think I met your little friend this morning."
Oh, Gorko, he's just been helping us. We met him in the fissure.
I hang out with the murder mama, and he kind of like leans over in his chair to get a bit closer to Mara.
Clue just like kind of like tries to like push him back. Don't make him think she has a kid.
Ixnay on the Erda May Amma May.
Gorko is so confused. It's like, he can't figure. He thinks you're speaking an actual language.
Mara just kind of like pats Gorko on the head. That's right. You stay close to me, and you will always be safe, my darling ducky.
Oh, and he's like, yeah, kind of like reaches over the chair and sort of like looking up at you lovingly. So Zardoz says, "Oh, this is absolutely precious. Please, my friends, sit, Lord Thelvar. You can sit here on this side next to, at the head of the table across from me, or you can sit on the other side. What I have right now is that it's at the head of the table, it's Zardoz, Mara, and then Gorko. And then there are 3 seats still because Hibara is not there."
Does Hibara want a sip of prosecco?
Well, I was wondering if Clue was going to dip a finger in and stick it in his pocket.
I mean, it depends on how you're doing it. Like, if you're gonna do that, probably not. But if you're just gonna like, here, have a sip of my drink pocket, I'm just like, I don't know if that's the best idea.
I was gonna try and do it when like he was distracted with Mara, not when like he was like staring at Clue.
To be fair, Hibara hasn't like tried to come out of your pocket. You could probably figure out that she's not paying attention to what's going on right now.
She's liking the rocking motion. It's kind of cozy, you know, snuggled in. So, please, would you like to sit down, Lord Thelvar, Mr. Clue?
Thelvar takes his seat.
Okay, so you be on his left-hand side? Mademoiselle Hibara, she is not with us tonight.
No, because your captain wouldn't let her go. My bodyguard wouldn't let her come on the boat.
See, I thought you were adventurous together. I don't think you need a bodyguard, mademoiselle. Well, I don't know. You might get so much attention.
As my bodyguard, mon cher. Especially when I'm around such handsome gentlemen like yourself.
He reaches out and sort of like offers to take your hand. Do you reach forward and put your hand into his open hand?
Yes, I do.
He sort of leans forward and says, "It is my honor." And he doesn't kiss your hand, but he sort of brings it to his forehead, in sort of a symbol of fealty without presuming to actually kiss your hand.
While he's absorbed in Mara, Thelvar's gonna quickly switch over to fly vision to
Okay.
See what Aloysius has turned up so far.
All right, so Aloysius was in the room. So tell me what happened in the various times that the doors opened and shut. So let's pick it up from Clue opened up the window and threw out an ashtray, and it heard the plop, sort of like a few feet away as it went overboard. There was also the time that the door opened when Captain Fergus had basically you guys exited the room and then shut the door. You guys have the key to your stateroom, by the way. They don't. So you guys can go into your room at any time. The idea is you put your stuff in a locker, you lock it up, you have that, but then you also get to lock the room key so that you know that your things are safe.
Basically, Aloysius flew out through the corner of the door as it opened. At the time they would at least be expecting anything to be flying out, so they wouldn't have noticed it. And basically is flying around from room to room, scoping out the place, looking for anything interesting.
Okay. Let me pull up the... I mean, at this point, Aloysius were Flyboy is indoors, not outdoors, right? So there's no problem with wind or being swept off the deck. Okay. And it's the aft and the foredecks. Oh yes. Okay. So what you're seeing is a series of doors that are leading to like the main captain's room, but in this sort of back area it seems to be like mostly for like staff accommodation and guest accommodation. It seems to be mostly like other staterooms or things like that.
Okay, gonna head down the deck.
All right, so to do that, I guess yes, there are 2 stairs. So you can go into the lower part of the hold. Let's go down. So you get the captain's cabin where you guys are. So there's a cargo hold. Downstairs. You can also smell the head that's down here, or the toilets that they use. You see more cabin doors. Looks like accommodation. As he flies forward, there is also one door that's made of iron bars and fitted with a sturdy lock. It's currently empty. But well, actually, let me roll. There's a percentage chance. Get out those die. See. No, it's currently empty. There's nobody in that room. There is another closed door, this one with a heavier lock on it. And then in a sort of a lower cargo hold. And while he's going around, there's also, on the ship, there seems to be moving around kind of, there are crew members who are like the sailors. But then there also seem to be, they're given the title carnies. They're just sort of like, people who are the performers who are living on the ship as it travels. So there's like a random like person juggling downstairs, or someone doing stretches and acrobatic kind of like warm-ups down there, kind of mixed in. Seems to be sort of contents of the lower part, and the staffing. Well, I mean, it's a decent size ship, and there are quite a lot of people. You'd also notice that the crew members all are armed.
Well, gonna have Aloysius make note of just how many armed men there are, and continue the search.
Okay, to do this at this point, you've kind of done the lower part of the ship with the various upper and lower holds and stuff. Anything else would have to be on the main deck, and there is going to be wind out there.
Mm-hmm.
So do you still want him to try to find a way to get outside?
No. Gonna stay in. Although what he might possibly do is, hang around near the exit, waiting for someone that's walking out, and basically fly onto their back and just stick to their back and be carried wherever they get taken.
Okay. I will try to remember, or if you remind me, I will roll a D100 from time to time to see if anyone goes by that meets that qualification for him. But we'll jump back into the other narrative if you're alright.
Yep.
Okay. So just kind of at random, just ask me to do a fly roll, and we'll make it a 15% chance that someone is downstairs, and also will be like, he can land on them and not be noticed, and that person is also going outside. A lot of conditional probability. So, all right, yeah. So, as you all take your seats around the table, Zardoz says, "Before we start, is anyone a vegetarian or a vegan? Before we begin our dinner tonight."
Not me.
Looks around.
Nope.
Oh, there are vegans in this universe too. Oh,
Vegans everywhere, mademoiselle. Well, if that is not a problem, then I would very much like to tell you what I have on the menu for tonight. We will start with bruschetta of wild mushroom, which is beautiful. Some of the beautiful fall mushrooms with a little bit of virgin olive oil or butter, sometimes some cloves, and a little bit of salt. It's very tasty on a very crunchy little garlic toast. Very delicious. For our next course, we are having a roast winter squash puree, which I like to have with a little bit of seasoning in it, a little bit of heat. So there will also be a small pitcher of heavy cream that you can pour into the soup if you find it a little spicy. For our main course, we are having herb-scented pork roast with rosemary, kosher salt, wrapped in lean pancetta, a little bit of olive oil, and black pepper and white wine, dry white wine to help keep it moist. For dessert, I have ordered us a rustic rosemary apple tart, beautiful pastry, fresh, crispy apples, with just a hint of rosemary flavor against the cinnamon, and juice inside. So I hope you will enjoy the meal. So at that, he kind of like claps twice, and into the room you see the door opens. Two human dudes walk in first, and you see that they are carrying very large trays with sort of steam coming off of them. And they go behind the bar, again, facing you, not with their backs to you. And they reach inside and they get sort of tongs out. As you, one comes around and takes your soup bowls, which when you sat down, by the way, at each of your places, there was a main course plate. Then there was a smaller, like, bread plate, but on top of that was a soup bowl, very low soup bowl. You've got 2 forks, a butter knife, a steak knife, a sharper kind of steak knife for the pork later, and then 2 spoons. And you also have, you see a heavier or a wider goblet and a narrower pewter goblet, as well as it looks like a smaller kind of glass goblet. So each of you, and then, oh, this is the best part, is the napkins are cloth napkins, just a typical kind of white cotton cloth, but they are folded into being a little ship. They're sat in the middle of your bowl. And so as you are sat there, one of the staff person comes around and asks you to take your napkin off, and they take your soup bowl away and they go back again to the bar. The other person has this large tray, and with the bread plate that is now in front of you, drops off these sort of like, rustic bread, toasted, sort of very thin, with a bit of garlic butter on the top, and then also these roasted wild mushrooms that also have like a garlic and butter coating to them. And rather than what they do is they sort of like use the tongs and they put everything on your plate, and they just like serve everyone from the same plate. So with that done, you can kind of move that plate to you want to the side a little bit on the left side of your dishes, and as you're sort of like that is being wrapped up, someone is putting out this rustic squash soup and also giving you like a little pitcher which has like a heavy cream and as this is all being served, Zardoz says, no, normally what I would have here, if you don't mind, I think a white wine would be the best for this course. Is that agreeable with everyone?
Yes.
Fantastic. He claps his hand and says, Paul, Jean, please come in. And, yes, I guess I don't need you guys to roll perception because you're going to figure out eventually, but the doors open again, and in come 2 copper-colored nimblewrights. They are very similar to what you remember the woman describing about the colored puppet man that she described. They are about human height, but much thinner. But they are definitely a coppered color, not a gold color. And one of them is carrying 2 bottles of white wine. The other one is carrying 2 bottles of red wine. And Zardoz says, oh, thank you both so much. Oh, which do you think we should have tonight, the Chardonnay or the Pinot Grigio? The nimblewright with the white wines set them down at the bar and sort of does sort of hand symbols towards Zardoz. He says, yes, I think you're right, the Pinot Grigio. Please, would you open it and serve it for our guests? And Jean, I think tonight for the red, I think we will have the Merlot. Can you open it up and let it breathe? Perfect. Yeah, so the nimblewrights behind the bar get busy, and he looks back at you and says, yes, well, the drinks are on their way. The soup I should eat before it gets too cold, and really the wild mushroom on top of the bruschetta with the garlic, it is magnifique. Bon appétit, mes amis.
Oh, very nice. Such magnificent constructions.
Oh, yes. Do you like my nimblewrights?
Indeed. They must be very rare, yes?
Oh, yes, I just recently acquired them from a Lantanese wizard. They are the most ingenious people in Lantanese. Yes. They've only been on my crew for a few months now. But I find them to be, well, one, they're, people in the parades love them. They're used to the very big automatons, and these are just, more human-sized. The children find them much more approachable. They are less likely to cry, and then they are very good. It's interesting, I have 4. There are 2 here for my ship, 1 on each of my other ships, and I don't know, they have their own personality. It's so amazing. they end up liking very much their own things.
Sound almost as if they're alive.
Yes, it is an interesting question, is it not? I mean, it's for philosophers. I'm just a showman, you know. But these deep questions, they draw people in, makes them very curious, makes them remember you. So, yes, please, Jean, and he's the nimble right called Jean is giving you some Pinot Grigio, and again, they pour all from one bottle, and they don't fill your glass even halfway. It's a healthy third, but clearly he's not here to get you drunk. Like you're getting enough to kind of make it through the course. But you have a feeling that like there's going to be a different wine now with every course of. He says something to Paul about or actually the nimble right kind of starts making signs at him and says, excuse me? Yes, that would be fantastic. Very good idea. Thank you so much, Sean. I'm sorry, it's required that I look at them to understand them. But you know nimble rights a little bit, yes?
I've heard of them. I don't think I've ever actually seen one in person.
Oh, so you don't speak the language then?
No, it would be fascinating to learn.
Is absolutely.
But wouldn't it be far easier to have them talking?
Well, I am not the tinkerer nor the magician. I am just their carer, I guess you could say. Helping them find a home. That is not purely the worst jobs that humans would not take, you know? They have their own rooms. I treat them like part of my crew, you know, except they have the opportunity to work the shows as well, which they seem to enjoy. So I would not know the skills to give them voice, but I've learned to speak their language, so we get along just fine.
Jolly good.
Yeah, so you guys are having your meal, finishing up your bruschetto and your squash soup, and those are cleared away by the humans and a combination of the humans and the Nimblewrights. And yeah, they leave for a little bit, and while there's a pause before your main course, Zardoz says, "So, I have a confession to make, mes amis. You see, I have traveled quite a lot of Faerun. I've seen much of the Sword Coast. I've noticed a pattern when gods and fates start to work in the world. And one of the things that is a telltale sign for me is that the people whose otherwise unremarkable lives somehow become so much more exciting when they are brought together. In fact, many interesting, exciting, sometimes dangerous things seem to fall in their laps. This seems to be the case with your party. You seem to have caught the winds of fate, and I always find it a good idea to be on the good side of such people. So I cannot say that it is entirely because it was only your reputation as dragon whisperers that I came to see you. I am also interested in providing you with a job."
Can I check this guy?
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Whether or not like he actually believes what he's saying here.
Sure. How you
15.
did. 15. Alright, so with that roll, I'm going to say, I mean, you're smart enough to know that this guy doesn't seem to get interested in people unless he's not going to do stuff out of the good of his heart. He's interested in you guys. And so there's something that he's not trying to set you up. You don't get the set. You get, if anything, you kind of feel like he's setting you guys up for a bit of a test.
Yeah. So he isn't trying to get us stabbed. That's good to know.
Correct. It seems to me that perhaps we can do an information exchange. You see, I have information that I want to get out into the world, and it seems to me that you would like to know the secret of how I speak with my Nimbarites. I can see you guys watching them. I can tell you're fascinated, and if there is something I can do, if we can make this arrangement between us, then I think we would find it both most advantageous.
Indeed, indeed. They are most fascinating creatures. I do feel sorry for them having to live such a life of servitude and never taste freedom. But that's neither here nor there.
Yes, we have a same mind. That's why I took them off of that Anthony's wizard who was having them do menial tasks. This way they get to travel the world, they get free time, they can spend time in the sea, they get to meet other people and develop their own talents. You see now, Paul has become a connoisseur of wine. Jean, over there, has taken up some sort of woodworking. Finds bits of wood and makes it into little objects. On my other ship, Georges, he likes very much to also do the cooking. I don't know why. I think it's maybe chemistry. Maybe it's because of their mechanical natures and precision. And Ringo, he loves music.
Music, you say?
Yes, he's amazing. He can pick up a lyre. He can't play the flute, of course, but any percussive or string instrument. Yeah, most fascinating.
Positively fascinating. Indeed.
Particularly like to meet Ringo.
Oh well,
He sounds like a ducky right up my alley.
Oh, I'm sorry that I brought only my Jean and Paul with me. If I could bring Jean, Paul, Georges, and Ringo together in one place to make you happy, lady, I would.
Not gonna acknowledge it. Nope.
It took me this long to figure it out.
Perhaps next time when you come back to my ship, of course, I will have Georges here, and he will. Well, you have to ask him to play. I will translate for you if you have not learned the language by that time yourself.
Music knows no language.
Oh,
No.
neither does love, mon cher.
Ugh.
She
said that under her breath.
Hard
Sorry,
abduction, Mara.
that was a me reaction. This is very true.
So this information exchange, yes, this is agreeable.
I don't see why not at the moment.
Excellent. And at that moment, the staff comes in. They're bringing through the herb-scented pork roast wrapped in pancetta. And again, they take your plates and they take it over to the bar area and they kind of dish up that with a side of like green beans with a bit of butter and black pepper on those and just a touch of salt as well. But what they always serve it with facing you, and they don't seem to be making anybody any special, like they're just serving it all from one pot. Zardoz is used to people thinking he's going to poison them. So he's got some things. He always eats from the same things as the people if he's not going to poison them. So, yeah, and so they come by and they sort of set things on your plate, and as that's all happening, Zardoz asks to be excused from the table, and he goes over. He comes back, and after you're all served your meals, the red wine this time is poured out. I think red wine goes with pork, and maybe it's a white meat. But anyway, we're gonna stick with red. It's a dry red. It's a dry red.
So, with my insight check that I rolled there, does he seem to be on the up and up? 21.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the right words. This does okay. So he genuinely finds you guys interesting. He's actually not. I mean, he's a little bit knowing that Mara is flirting with him over the top, and he's returning it over the top. But he just figures this is the sort of dance she wants to do. And it's not like he still finds her hot, but he's not like actually falling for her or thinking that something's going to happen. You know, he kind of figures you guys are too smart for that. But he's having fun with this little dance that they're doing. And he, it's more like you get the sense that he wants to horse trade. But he also knows the value of things.
But does he seem trustworthy?
Trustworthy. I will say this. He's not lying about anything he's said to you so far. He does know how to speak the language. He is willing to teach you guys how to speak. He does have a sense that you guys are somehow caught up in something. And he wants to get to know you a little bit better. And he wants to give you this test to see how you guys perform. So none of those are... I don't... But I think trustworthy is a very loaded term. And so I think it's more accurate to say he's not been lying to you.
Fair enough.
Okay, I don't know if that makes a difference to you, but I know it from my point of view, yeah. It's more accurate than saying he's trustworthy.
So basically, he's usually shady as shit, but right now he's
not playing you guys, and you don't get the sense yet. He's not trying to set you up, but you have a feeling like if he wanted to set you guys up, he would know how to do that. You know? But like you said, he's shady as fuck, but he won't be shady as fuck if it's to help him get what he wants. Kind of thing. And when you have things that you can trade, it's cool with that. So he comes back with an envelope. And just sort of like he doesn't look at anyone when he does it. He just sort of puts it to the middle of the table. And he keeps his eye on it. And he says, so I must apologize for the sort of work I'm about to ask you to do. It's honestly, after reading about you in the papers, it's frankly beneath you, but this information comes from somebody who has put their trust in you, and I need to move it through hands that are very clean, if you know what I mean. It can't be traced back to the person who gave it to me. And because we barely know each other, I think your party would be the right ones. So, what I have here on the table is an exposé on the devil-worshipping ways of certain nobles in Waterdeep. I need you to get this information in the hands of Gaxley Wooderbust. She's the publisher of the Waterdeep Wazoo. But she cannot know who wrote it or where it came from. Her office sits between Imma and Stallion Street in the North Ward. You must get it on her desk without anyone seeing you. Yes?
Yes, that's pretty doable.
Okay.
I can manage that.
Do you reach forward and grab the envelope?
Yep.
Okay, so when you reach forward and grab it up, he sort of looks up to see who's taken it.
So, devils, you say?
Devil worshipping, yes.
What kind of devil worshipping?
Clue just gives getting finger guns.
Yes, well, it's all in the document. You can read it for yourself, or I can give you the information, whichever you prefer.
We'll let you tell me. That way, if I have any questions, we can discuss it here. You see, I have my own personal reason to be interested in such matters.
Oh, I see. Yes, well, he basically describes to you, it's this kind of an expose, a scandalous expose, mentioning secret deals behind closed doors, blood rituals, and even orgies that are happening with various noble families of Waterdeep. And the following names are mentioned, but they're not explicitly associated with any of the acts. They're just in the letter, kind of weaved in. Snowbeetle, Calisanter, Castellanter, High Church, Delimrev, and the Hansberg families. And he also kind of describes a little bit about the rituals. Anyone with an Arcana check can give me a d20 roll to see if you can figure out something about the rituals being described. Okay, was that just Thalvar? You did an insight, so that was you, Clue?
No, that was my old insight. I
Right,
did
okay.
click on Arcana check,
Okay.
but there
it
we go.
is.
Yeah, you guys. So based on what he's saying, those rituals sound pretty damn accurate, and you know that they are expensive to perform properly. So if anyone was going to be doing these things that are being described, it would definitely have to be happening at the behest of some really rich people or some upper class people in Waterdeep.
Guess somebody's been playing with my ancestors.
Indeed. Would you have any idea, perhaps, of which particular devil these ne'er-do-wells seem to be worshipping?
So the Masos has been drawn into this group. You see, they did not understand exactly what they were being brought into, and by the time they realized, they were a little bit more caught up in it than they hoped. They, for their own security, are a little afraid to give me specific details beyond what they've dictated. But their hope is that by seeing this information in the newspapers, the group will go underground and not continue, or at least put a long pause on what they are doing.
I mean, orgies does tend to just suggest Galasha at the very least.
Well, I mean, the orgies part, you can get that, but yeah, the blood rituals is a more disturbing. I'm sorry, mademoiselle, this is too much for your dinner. I should not have gone into such detail over pork.
Oh, Ducky, you don't need to worry about me. You see, it doesn't bother me. I have a stronger stomach than most.
You are the most remarkable woman.
And under her breath, she's like, damn it, I missed the blood rituals.
How do I get in on this party? Nobody told me there was blood rituals.
Right. She's like, wait, there were blood rituals? I've been hanging out with these losers and I could be doing blood rituals?
I mean, the orgies stake him or leave him, but the blood rituals, that's what you gotta go for.
In order to keep...
What do you expect from her? She wants the blood rituals. Blood rituals equal...
blood and rituals.
And death, sometimes.
If you are okay, rather than doing any sort of formal exchange, the day that I see this in the Waterdeep Wazoo, I will make a visit to your tavern and I give you the secrets to speaking with the Nimbarites. They all speak the same language, so if you know it for one, you can speak with all of them.
Is it possible, Ducky, for us to meet your informant?
Oh, I'm sorry. They are in their identity is important. It's not revealed. Yeah, for you, I would say almost everything, but because I am very concerned to get them out of this life, I must honor the pledge that I gave to them. As disappointing as it is to me to disappoint you.
I understand. But if we are to do as you ask, may we meet your informant afterwards?
If you would like, I can guarantee this, mademoiselle. I will inform them it was your party that gave the information into the newspaper. If they feel it is safe to come and thank you in person, we'll give them all the information they...
Thank you. That is all I ask.
Oh, making you happy makes me... Clue, is that Clue? Yeah.
How much time has passed?
At this point, yeah, you're getting onto the dessert course. So the staff comes through again, and you guys get the rosemary and apple tart, a slice of it, with a little bit of heavy cream as well. And you get also a very nice sort of dessert wine with that course. And at this point, it's getting to be sort of like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and it was Zardoz's plan to sort of have you guys on your way by 11. So,
well, I need.
How many hours can you stay in lizard form?
1 hour per charge.
Okay, and how many charges have you used?
I've marked one down, so that's why I'm asking.
Sorry, I had to pause and cough there, and I didn't do it in every. Yes, so it was about 8 o'clock, so 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, and now it's getting to be, let's say, I'll give you a chance, it's like about getting on 10 o'clock, so if you've done your one charge already, you're noticing that, let's say it's getting on to 10 o'clock.
Okay, that's...
Yeah, I don't know if you want to, start wiggling in Clue's pocket, or...
So... I started being lizard shortly after 8-ish, because that's when we were on the boat. So thankfully, when he clapped, she woke up, so she was able to use that second charge to stay a lizard.
Okay.
From 9 onward.
Yeah.
But she's asleep right now. So
you gonna roll? Or Clue, do you need to use the toilet or anything?
I just like the idea of Hibara poofing into Clue's lap.
I mean,
just at dessert, just boom. Suddenly Hibara.
How fast is the transformation? Like back?
It's a bonus action.
Yeah.
So that's pretty fast. Oh.
Yeah. So it's pretty much boom. Now there's a Hibara in your lap.
Motherfucker, son of a bitch.
A newly awake Hibara. Oops.
Just what do you know, teleport, Hibara?
I'm gonna say
that teleport sure is weird.
Thelvar, you remember that you've got a fly down near a toilet at the bottom of the hold.
You haven't wanted to check that?
Yeah, I mean, or if you want to go downstairs and use the head. You have been there for like 2 hours now, and you've been drinking wine and stuff, so.
Yeah, I'll go do that. If you can excuse me one moment, I need to visit the little wizard's room.
Naturally.
Is he leaving? Is Thelvar leaving before a newly awakened, full-grown Hibara is in Clue's lap?
I think she's still sleeping. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You've still got a little bit of time. I'm just kind of because I forgot about the fly too, so I thought this would be a good way to reintroduce it into the narrative. And it's been 2 hours. You've been sat there. Someone's got to pee. So.
Think for yourself.
Oh, wow, impressive. All right.
Mara's a camel. What do you expect? He's also not drinking this wine because it's gross.
All right. So, yes. When you knock on the door, and there's not the captain there anymore, but there's just like a normal crew member, and says, "Yes, can I help you, sir?"
Yes, if you could direct me to the little mage's room, if you would be so kind.
Oh, yeah. And he takes you down the flight of stairs, you go down into the hold, and you head down to a really stinky head.
I go in, do my business, and come out with a fly on my shoulder, right up near the collar, kind of tucked underneath it.
All right. Yeah, so the fly is on your shoulder, and the crew member is waiting for you. Brings you back up to the dining room and opens the door and lets you back in.
And I head back in and retake my seat.
So you've got your fly with you. Got about, 3 minutes? You want to roll something to see if she's asleep, like perception? She wakes herself up?
Well, I figure she's only sleeping because she's a lizard. Because normally elves don't sleep.
Right.
So when she stops being a lizard, she kind of half wakes up a bit because she doesn't need to sleep anymore.
All
This is
right.
gonna end badly.
Okay, so I take it this is where you wanted to go. You want to end up in Clue's lap?
Well, I mean, I figure she's curled up asleep in his chest pocket. So that just sort of expand that outward. That's what happens.
Okay.
You know?
Or Clue's pocket.
Yep, you hear
Clue's pocket's gone.
Okay, so you hear the clock ring 10. And then a few minutes after this, you just hear this sudden ripping sound. And Hibara just sort of grows out of Clue's pocket. And you had your butt down, right? Your tail was pounded down, your head was pointed up. So basically, when she emerges kind of in a semi-conscious state, because she's been woken up, but she's still a bit sleepy. You're basically her legs are over your arms on the dinner table, her butt's on your lap, and she's sort of flopped forward a little bit on your shoulder. She's just sort of sat in your shoulder. Zardoz jumps up from the table. Anyone else? How you react?
Yeah, Farewell's gonna jump up as well. It's like, Hibara, where the did you come from?
Okay, so Thelvar's gonna lie.
But,
those teleports, they do crazy things.
I hope you had a very good reason to use that scroll, Hibara.
Mara's just hand in face in hand, mother son of a bitch. Why? Oh.
Gorko screamed and hid under the chair. Gorko freaked the fuck out. He screamed and dove under the table at this point. Crawled under Mara's chair. What is this?
Hello.
Oh, Miss Hibara, you've decided to join us.
Rather dramatically, apparently, but yes.
Sadly,
Let's go with that.
Sadly, it is at the end of the night. Would you like an aperitif to keep you warm for the travels back to shore?
No, I'm good.
Well, I think perhaps we will save the rosemary apple tart for another time. This has been quite the evening. By the way, when he jumped up, his kimono night jacket sort of flew open and his very toned chest was on display as his eyes widened and well, my friends, it's been a most interesting night and of course a lovely one. He looks over at Mara. I look forward, I hope to speak to you in a few days when the article appears in the but I think we should probably make an evening of this. I don't think I can top this with my apple tart.
Indeed, and my apologies. I'm sure you know how druids can be.
Okay, give me a persuasion or a deception check. Actually, why don't you give me your bonus? All right.
Ooh.
Okay, I'm gonna start rolling some of those to make it more interesting on my side of things. But you rolled already, so fair enough, because I asked you to. Well, I have to say, what did I say about people who were very special? Special things happen to and around them.
Indeed, but after the life I've had, I could do with a lot less special.
Oh, mon ami, I think you're in the wrong profession then.
So it would seem.
He kind of claps his hands, and two humans and two nimble rights are open up. Well, one of them opens up the door, and the four of them are standing there and said, "Yes, so I believe you have some things in a stateroom. You are free to take them back, and a dinghy will take you to the."
Indeed. It has been a pleasure.
It was entirely my pleasure. And he gives you a little flourish of his hand and puts one leg out and gives you a very deep bow.
And I bow back.
Mara curtsies as if like she was meeting the queen.
He offers out his hand again to sort of like, to give you.
Shoes.
Yes.
Mara, of course, gives him her hand right back.
And this time he doesn't kiss it, but he brings it to his lips and he leaves about an inch. And then he gives, sort of like bows and releases your hand. Till the next time, mademoiselle.
The next time, monsieur. She raises an eyebrow at him when he did that because she's just like, really?
He gives her like a little smile in reaction to the eyebrow because he kind of is winding her up and he's enjoying her reaction.
Mm-hmm.
He loves that noise you make, by the way. He's like, yeah, this one isn't a pushover. She's a worthy opponent.
Yeah, well, being the epitome of war.
Yeah.
She has to be. It's like I flirted with the best of them. If Achilles wasn't gay, I would have had a wrap around my little finger.
So Clue, your jacket is destroyed, by the way. It's just completely like the shoulders are busted out. The pocket, of course, is under her bar somewhere. Yeah, you might as well just take that jacket off at this point.
God damn it, Hibara.
I can fix that.
I don't want you to fix it.
So as you go ahead.
But why?
Hibara, I don't trust you. Everything you touch tends to either catch on fire or now apparently occasionally explodes.
Well, I don't have to touch it to fix it.
Nope. Not touching that. Not touching that.
I can find a tail, Hibara. It's fine.
As you guys are kind of walking out, the door shuts behind you to the captain's table, and Gorko like runs up to you and kind of like he's pulling on your mandible side bag, holster that you wear. Like, Hibara, are you gonna explode out of my clothes one day too?
Only if I forget.
He's very confused by that answer. He's like really thinking it over. Now he's not. Now he's worried you might just spontaneously explode out of his pockets.
Oh my god, I'm dying.
You guys get to the side of the boat, and I'll kind of you've got a boat, and they're gonna take you back to shore.
Woohoo!
Are we gonna pass the captain?
The captain that you saw on the way. No, it's just crew who are gonna escort you out. He's gotta replace his shoes, so he's digging through.
That's right.
And his big toe.
Yeah, he had to go see the ship's doctor about a stiletto to the big toe.
Well, that's what you get. Don't fuck with me.
So you guys got
It's only doing the job.
you guys descend into the dinghy. It's easier to get down the ropes, and if you slide a little, it's a little less, noticeable. You get into the main dock area, and as you start approaching the docks themselves, there is a heavy fog that rolls in. It overtakes the sort of the shoreline area, kind of as far as the eye can see, and it seems to have come up very, very quickly. Gorko gets very excited. Says, Thalvar, I've not seen a cloud fog spell, but this is what I think it would look like. Is this what it would look like?
Indeed, indeed. It does seem very odd.
Wow. Yeah, Arcana check?
Never mind.
Using my inspiration to try it again.
Sure.
That's better.
Yes. Yeah, this seems a very magical fog. I mean, especially because fog requires some difference in temperature, and today was pretty cold. You don't remember it being foggy on the streets or anywhere else, and it also came up kind of against the wind.
Also at night.
Yeah. So you get let off at dock. Your visibility is now reduced, but it's not that bad. It's not pea soup thick. It's just more like, instead of having a normal 30 visibility, it's more somewhere between 15 and 20, depending on the light. There's not a lot of light. Things seemed a bit more obscure. As you reach the end of the dock where it turns into the street, I'd like everyone to, except for Gorko, to give me a perception.
I know nothing.
Okay.
And,
Nor does anyone else. It's okay.
We're all just kind of la la la.
Gorko does notice things. Good old Gorko.
I don't. Okay, so all right, I can do this. If we get started. So you guys are walking down the street, and you see not so much, let's say, people, but you see more shapes and shadows, almost as if people's shadows were the themselves. So it's very hard to kind of make out specific details. But as you wander over to where you believe Parker was left off, Gorko pulls on Clue's. Well, you don't have your jacket on, or do you still have your remaining the remnants of your jacket on?
Under there, so that would still be fine.
Okay. So he'll just kind of pull on some of your clothing and very obviously point and say, "Didn't you say that the people you were mad at had looked like elves but with really white hair?"
Talking about the drow, yeah.
There's 3 of them.
Fuck.
Oh fuck! Just instantly, just pulls his bow up. This ain't gonna be peaceful now, is it, boys?
All right. So when you look at where he's pointing, you actually see that it's you see a shock of white hair under a street light. In the Dockward streetlights, which are pretty random, but there are 3 drow figures stood under a light, and they look to be having kind of a regular conversation, and they haven't, despite Gorko's best efforts, they actually haven't noticed you. They didn't hear him or see him because there's just the buzz of the city street, but yeah, at the moment they're just sort of standing there having a bit of a conversation. So as you guys are sort of humming and hawing, they kind of, one of them sort of moves a bit, and the other 2 kind of follow suit, and they start to just casually walk down the street, not at a hurried pace or anything like that. They just start moving.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll kind of give you a sense of their direction. So let me get closer on the map here.
Diddy do. Every single time you said down the street.
Oh, right. That's what comes in your mind.
Head.
Yes. So you get to see them. I guess it's where Ship Street kind of like, I take it Ship Street, for instance, comes here, and then, down here. So this is still Ship Street. Where you guys got dropped off, you start to see, they're basically at the entrance of this Dar alleyway. You guys are still pretty far the way down, but the street lights here at this corner, where you saw them, and they seem to be heading up Ship Street.
Well, what do you guys think? Looking for trouble tonight, or?
I think the last time you followed a random drow, you dead.
that did happen.
But they were on their own.
And now that's 3 of them.
I'm in heels. I can't do shit.
Fair point.
Also, this dress.
Guess we'll make a note of this and go back home.
All right. Or, okay. The other thing too is if you guys are worried about time, we can also pick this up next week. So, but if that's what people, is anyone else, people in the party happy to do that, or you guys need to discuss this a little bit? What do you want to do?
Well, I don't know about everyone else, but I think Hibara is the only one that potentially can become armored in the next few seconds. So.
I don't even have armor, so it doesn't really matter.
You guys have all your weapons back, of course. You guys have all your weapons back because you picked everything back up. Once you were out of the captain's room, they didn't so much care, So you've got all your stuff back with you.
If I get to use my heels, like Okoye in where she used it as a weapon.
Yeah. If you want to take off your shoes and hold them in your hands, you can try that. We can figure out piercing damage. I guess we treat them like daggers.
Also, yes. In which case, I will totally fight if I can get to do that. I wish I had a wig now, so I could throw the wig too. It's his birthday. I have
Yeah, I would say they do +1 damage on a successful hit and turn the damage to piercing.
Basically treat it like a dagger.
Like
a stiletto, there is stiletto knives. Makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, but stiletto knives are considerably more pointy than stiletto heels. But
yes, but they're similar. Yeah.
So, party, are we doing it? Are we gonna go after them?
We can, but probably best to keep it for next session because it's getting kind of late.
Yeah. So what I can do is you guys can make a decision, then we'll pick it up. I will tell you that the streets are pretty busy, and there are plenty of people walking about, and they are making no effort to kind of hide themselves or surreptitious in any way. They just look like, if you didn't know who they were, they would just be past, street people in the street.
Yeah, it would definitely be a case of follow them and see where they're going, not just fire an arrow at them because fuck it kind of scenario.
Yeah, the city watch would be called. That's what you would. All right, so yes, if you guys make a decision, we'll pick it up with where you guys decide next session. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't want to pressure you. I just wanted to.
I'd say follow them. Don't specifically try to be stealthy. Just act nonchalant, as if we two are just out for a stroll.
3 people.
Yes, and it's getting less foggy as you get deeper.
And of course, I can have Aloysius flying in front.
Yes, you can.
Just to keep an eye on them, because who's going to pay attention to a harmless little fly?
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. All right, so you guys reached a decision then? Mara's got her heels at the ready.
Following him.
As long as I get to use my shoes as weapons.
You can take off your shoes. They're hard to run in anyway, so smart move. All right, well, that's where we will pick it up next time. Yes. So all that is left to be said is goodbye from me. Come back next time, same time next week. We'll all be here. Except maybe, Kelsey, you might have a conflict next weekend?
No, that was this weekend.
Oh, okay. All right, well, sorted. So, yes,
Yeah.
come back next time, and it's goodbye from me, and goodbye from the party. Say goodbye, party!
Goodbye, party!
They did the bit. Yeah.